Pardon me? Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know why. I asked the people have the account run the wireless. Why does it go out randomly? And they say, well, we get a text message in the middle of the night, not a text message, but a notification. But like we're asleep, so we're not able to tell you about that. So I can't even prepare for it when it just goes out like for like a second. And I can't believe we're at a point in society where like other people don't have this issue. And I mean, I know everybody's got this issue. I it's just like a thing that there should be some kind of like internet guarantee that if you don't get consistent internet wherever you are, I just kind of feel like internet's a right. And maybe not a right to stream your whole life. I get that, but it's frustrating to me. Welcome, Frosty. How are you doing, big dog? Pimpin' like always, dog. Hey, did you find out anything new about old school RuneScape? I got you. I think that game's going to be really big in the future, but I don't think you're alone. I think a lot of people feel the same way that you feel. I got you. How's your dad doing, big dog? Frosty, did you hear me? Is your dad doing okay? All right, now I have a question for you. Does old school RuneScape and new school RuneScape do they have the same development team, or is it two separate teams, or do you not know? I don't know if you heard me. Do old school RuneScape and new school RuneScape do they have the same development team, or is it a different development team? Oh, okay. So, do you think they'll ever like a new RuneScape? Like you got RuneScape one, which we'll call old school RuneScape. You've got RuneScape now, which is the new one, which is like number two. Do you think they'll ever come out with a number three? There are pictures of it online. Oh shit! Did my internet go out again? Frosty, can you hear me? Oh, thank you. No, you're good. I see. Is it good? Caspian Sea, did he just cut out? There you go. All right. He'll be back. You're okay. We were just talking. Everywhere in the world has shitty internet, it seems. Um, yeah, except some like random ass Eastern European countries that have like the best internet ever. Estonia, parts of Russia. It's absolutely incredible. Oh, okay. So there's RuneScape Classic, then there's old school RuneScape, and the new school RuneScape, right? And of all of those, do you prefer number two, the old school RuneScape? Right. I get that. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know about the dead internet theory? Frosty, I didn't catch that. Can you repeat it? Yeah. So you see it like better than anybody. Do do you do you agree with the dead internet theory? All right. You think you made it up? All right. I gotcha. And you think that was your theory, and somebody took it? That is an average discussion with Frosty. It's like I'll have internet issues, he'll have internet issues, and then it just drops. It is what it is. Whenever it happens, I do my best. It's a good time for me to just reset all my devices. So, like, if any microphones or anything like that, it should. It, unless there's a,
Yeah, 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 yeah. It is, yeah, yeah, yeah. And like, and then they and
Hey,
like, and
yo,
for the color.
welcome back, Tim. You're, I get that. Well, I think they're pretty good when it comes to just non for like a your average American. They explain it pretty well. I understand that it may not be at a very high academic level, but I think it's better than most things that you'll find in American media. Generally, I got What do you mean? Yeah, I get you. Um, how do you think they took the dead internet? Who like you had you talked about the dead internet theory on the internet prior to it, or is it just something that you had thought up? Oh, yeah. I don't. I don't. I don't use that term because I feel it's an ad hominem attack. It dismisses what anybody ever has to say when you throw that word into it. So what I don't consider that. I just consider it perhaps if you want to define it as that, that's an agreement between more than one person or two or more people to commit a criminal act, which I think happens all the time. So I I'm not I don't dismiss your opinion at all. I think that if you talk about it, Okay. Okay. I think so. I think I'm getting it. Okay. Well, perhaps that's the way. Who knows? Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Okay. 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 Pardon me? I think he's just chilling. It's never made sense to me. That's why I don't believe it. To be honest with you, Frosty, I don't know anything about that, so I'm not the guy to come for information on it just because it's polytheism to me. Do I have any Hanukkah plans? Yeah, go viral. Aside for that, lighting candles each night, and I watch Eight Crazy Nights every year, every night. So that's like an Adam Sandler movie. That's what I do. How about you? Do you have any holiday plans? Is that the one with the little Furby looking things, right? They can't get them wet. When I was really little, that always scared the shit out of me. That scared me. ET scared me. That kind of shit was bonkers. So I should probably give it another once over now that I'm probably can take it. I remember you were saying, Frosty, you were looking forward to getting a computer. Is that still in the plans? I sure hope it is. Man, if I could buy you a computer, and you're saying, "Oh, you got all these computers." Trust me, they probably can't run what you want to run. But I really hope you do get that computer you want. Yeah, I mean, I've now watched a lot of Joe Rogans. Not that I've seen every single one of them or heard every single one of them, but um, I would say, well, especially when he just went to Spotify, I basically didn't watch him for like 3 years. I used to watch him all the time. Then he went to Spotify, and only if he had like a really good guest on would I listen to him. Uh, and then he went back to YouTube, and now that he's back on YouTube, I really feel like that he would not have had the same effect in the United States presidential race if he wasn't on YouTube. That had such a big effect. When he was just on Spotify, he was more of a mediocre voice, but now he's back on YouTube and everybody can catch him just like that. And I think that's the way to go. I love some things about him where he's a very logical person. And if he's able to, he got this $250 million deal with Spotify. And instead of getting greedy, he just said, look, let's do another $250 million one, but I want to be able to put my shit on all of the different platforms. And Spotify was like, cool. I mean, that's amazing that they've been so and smart of them because by getting Joe Rogan, they basically have created themselves as the capital of the podcast room. Yeah, I mean, he's someone who I don't want to say he's a one man show, but he does have like a manager and he's got an agent, but he could make so much more money if he wanted to. He could be The Rock when it comes to like an action hero if he wanted to be. He could be he could go do Fear Factor again and make that a huge show again. He could make his own sitcom. He could do what Kill Tony's doing. I mean, he kind of he knows he can do all that shit. He doesn't want to. That's what I like about him. He just wants to basically create the capital of comedy in Austin, Texas, which he's done. And then on top of that, he has a few things that he does, and he's like world class at them. He's the best podcaster in the world. He's an excellent television host. He's an excellent comedian. Like that right there's a trifecta. But on top of that, he's like an excellent pool player, an excellent archer, and he's like really, really into UFC. I haven't even mentioned UFC yet. And like, he's like the best UFC announcer they could have ever wanted. So, uh, okay, he's good. Bye bye. Hey, Caspian C, can you hear me? Caspian C, can you hear me?
Your tongue's immune system is based in the gut.
Caspian C, can you hear me? You're good. You, um, so I was just reading. You watched the fight on Netflix, is that correct? Did it freeze on you or did it stall on you? Okay, but you didn't have to pay extra for it, did you? It was just included. Very cool. Because there were so many people complaining about it, like how it was operating. That I mean, I get it. I was able to watch it on. Well, Antonio Brown was live streaming it there. I've seen this. I actually fucking hate this. I've seen this type of technology that I've so basically there's a graphic designer on Twitter and he comes up with ideas that are like what Apple should do with their phone and such. And I've seen one thing that I think they will implement. It's a concert mode so that your phone does not allow for live streaming or recording when it senses that you're in like a perimeter of a concert. How bullshit is Yeah, I know it makes sense. It's a great idea, but to anyone in the world of piracy who sails the seven seas, it sucks. Uh, I went to a couple years ago. I went to the Rolling Stones at SoFi, and I didn't live stream it because I didn't, but I recorded it all. And I know people. I mean, it's not like I was sitting there with the phone above my head blocking anyone's view. I had the phone just like this, like I was bootlegging a movie in the '90s. But um, they make fun of people for saying like, "Oh, who the hell would want to watch a a concert after you've already been to it?" I would. I and like 50 years from now, I think that's gonna be cool as fuck. And anybody else would perfect, exactly. Or Wembley? At Wembley, you mean? But yeah, same shit. I know you did. Yeah, exactly. So I kind of saw it as the same way. Like, this is the Rolling Stones. This is one of their perhaps last concerts. Now that was years ago, but it's like something that you want to preserve. And I don't understand. Well, I do understand. You get like you there's a lot of gaslighting that happens in this world, and you get the consensus to be, oh, that's rude or that's bad, or why would you ever want to do that? And then people don't do it so that they're able to, that these massive companies can sell box sets and special edition concert CDs or whatever, not streaming, whatever. But I can see that happening in the future where you can't stream when you're at like a football game or a sporting event or a concert. And like you said, it is a good idea. And I don't know why they don't do it already. Yeah. I know it I know it doesn't necessarily pay for this, but uh, uh, you know, uh, like banner ads are. I don't understand why they don't have like, hey, do you want to watch Netflix for free? Cool. You just have to have a banner ad going all the time. Yeah, I mean, just like, or even like, in exchange, I'm about. free, and not just because I like to save, but I think that when something is free, it has mass appeal. Then you can say to anyone, "Hey, did you see XYZ?" And they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I saw XYZ because it was free and it was easy to get." Instead of like, "Hey, did you see this random thing on Cinemax?" And yeah, you got to have like Cinemax Pro. Like, dude, nobody fucking watched that. What are you talking about? Like, oh, because it was yeah, and um, I'm just I'm of the belief that if you give away the content, the merchandising is really where you make money. So for someone like Taylor Swift, I would say to her, look, girl, give away your music. Don't make people bet. I mean, or whatever. Give away your music because then when you have a concert series, your prices are going to be thousands of dollars and your merchandising is going to be XYZ, like huge amounts of money, like Star Wars. Star Wars didn't make that much, like in today's day and age, when it comes to its box office take, but the merchandising is like, I mean, Star Wars is a religious movement. Jedi is a recognized religion that grows every single year. So that's like a smart move, I think, to give away your content and then allow, and you can recoup it times 10 on merchandising and ticket sales and things like that. Right. And and I think we'll see a world which is what I don't want, which is, hey, you have to pay, and on top of that, we're going to show you ads. Well, what the fuck? That's basically goes against what the theory is of open airways, and that's not open airways, open air, yeah, open airways, airwaves, I should say. Um, like we privatized all these things, but it used to be a big deal for it still is, but like for a television station to have their broadcasting license. And if you didn't like what they did, you could write to them and you could write to the FCC and say, I don't want them to have their license renewed. And they would have to take that seriously. But now that things are like streaming and everything, they're not technically using the airwaves of the public and they can do whatever the hell they want. I just don't like, I, I don't like the haves and have not system that we have. And I think it's in our best interest to give away the content and you recoup everything on the back. But that's just how I feel.
Everything's black and something. But like, I like. Oh, really? Yeah, that's great. I, I only, you know, we just things you.
Well, but it's
Caspian, you know UFC 309s tonight? Did you know UFC 309s tonight? We're gonna do our best to stream it, so it'll be. I'll be doing that like all afternoon. Well, into the evening, but yeah. So you ready for that? It's I think John Jones is fighting for the first time in like forever. You know who John Jones is, right? Yeah, so like arguably in my opinion, my opinion comes from Joe Rogan's opinion because it's like he sees more fights than I do. But John Jones is the greatest fighter ever. And it's the let me make sure of all this, but maybe I'm wrong on this. Jones versus Miocic. I want to make sure it's the right Jones. Um is it John Jones? Which Jones? They keep just calling him Jones. John Jones, yeah. So a UFC heavyweight. So this is a heavyweight championship, and they haven't had a heavyweight championship since um, when was the last UFC heavyweight championship? Okay, so this is the first, according to this, the first heavyweight UFC fight championship since 2021, which is a big deal. The big thing about John Jones is he's basically undefeated. He's lost one time, but the reason why he lost was a disqualification. There's something like that you used to not be able to come down perpendicular with your elbow to someone's head. And like John Jones did it at a little bit of an angle, but they considered it perpendicular and he got disqualified. Aside from that, this motherfucker is um he is 27-0 aside from that. So it should be a really interesting fight. I'm excited for it.
Right.
That's fucking amazing for just nothing. That's wild. Where do you put the buttons? Oh yeah, I get that. But you mean like on YouTube and Twitch and stuff? Well, I do have that. I have Buy Me a Coffee, Cash App. I've got PayPal. I've got my Ethereum address, my Bitcoin address, my Solana address. So the ones that I don't have and I've got Venmo and I might have some others, but I don't have two of them that you just said. Stripe, right? I got you. Well, yeah, I'm not. I think it's a good idea. It's in my link tree. Um, and yeah, I looked it up when you did it. I looked it up. It was like $40 a year for Rabbi Rothschild, and I was like, oh, so uh, right, I know. And I thought if it were 7 years, maybe, but 1 year, I don't know if I want to do it. I mean, yeah. Right after you did it, I thought, oh, that was a great idea. So I did it through um that naming service, not even naming service, whatever ETH service is, and exactly. And it was $42 or something like that. And yeah, and then see, I buy these things and it's great, but I don't use them for a year, and then a year goes by, and I got to buy another one and another one and just to, oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. You do you, baby.
I like evolve technology. Here, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a you can um, no, remember it doesn't. Um, intelligent. Yes. Uh, wait. What would be and if and in and riveted
Right.
and I any like that um you still have that. So it's
Yeah. 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 Like
yeah,
one that was crazy.
yeah, yeah.
Crazy.
You know, like computer. And they like like they were um what similar.
Right. So, you know, we always it's because it doesn't
Yeah, right.
and that's so which is your everything things small
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's
That's
but yeah, I mean, you know, and it counter. And I just any um,
I remember back
I think
well,
collect the kind of work they you know is but what I did and like you know, real hard. You know, they
We're certainly looking to expand that.
Can you say
So isn't to over stuff, right? I think you know, it's we need to start
if
like
you
steak, right? Steak, for example,
that's
is
the
how we operate. You know, top to bottom, you don't really
um,
think outside the box. You got to think of
so you, and if it's
birthdays, go to it, go to it, go to it,
uh,
go to it.
you know, the really excellent. Um,
You're good. Okay, so I did something. I was noticing, like, I'm just not getting any traction on Kick anymore, and it's not because it's a mixture of things. They um they I keep checking to see whenever I create an account, how long does it take me to get banned? And usually it takes me like an hour or 2 hours, and they've got me down to a science. It's like 8 minutes. Boom, 8 minutes they got me. So I'm and I get it. I literally told the owner of the platform, dog, all my names start with join Rabbi's Discord. So it's very easy to find me, very easy to just go through and wherever it says join Rabbi's Discord, delete them. So I changed the bot and I'm just testing it right now. But it seems to be working thus far pretty well. And it's now just giving a random username. So what that does is it makes it difficult to find whatever account I'm using because the account's like Milky Way grasshopper dog. And it'll just be like, oh, okay. And I'm gonna see how long it takes them to ban them now. So I'm running a little bit of a test. And then also, if you ever have a chance to watch anybody's stream, it, in my opinion, should be Eddie Craven's stream. He's the owner of Kick, and so it's going on right now. He has them every Saturday about this time. So I'm just watching it, and he's got the guy who that I was accused of sending a guy a middle finger. Do you remember this? That's true. That's absolutely true. But actually, he's the head admin at Kick. He accused me of sending him a middle finger. And it's like, dude, I would not look up your address and send you a middle finger. That's just not how I operate. And I made like a bunch of videos for him to make sure he's the what? No, 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 not like that. No, it was a candle. No, it was just a candle. No, it was a middle finger candle. But so that guy, and I really like him. His name is he goes by Santa Maria. I think he's very, very smart, and I tell him that a lot. He is. He's former Amazon. He's the top guy at um, at Kick, and right now they're in the middle of their discussion. So I'm just listening to that. But no worries. You do you. Cool. Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, it definitely is different. Um, it, it's different. It's like the other one, it was more like the microphone was in front of you. This one, it's kind of like it's picking up off the wall into it. Yeah. But I mean, you still sound great. Okay, you just switch. Go put the things on and walk to the back of the room if you can, and um and like turn around and talk to the wall. Oh wow, it's really clear. Yeah, really, really clear. Right. Yeah, definitely, definitely. And I can hear what you're saying, and it's not worse. It's just different. So yeah, it, I can be honest with you. Sometimes you are far from the microphone, and it's a little hard to hear you. But it's never been an issue. But I think it's very good. Okay. Oh yeah, no, they're perfect for that. Yeah. You just have to be careful when you wash them not to use like fabric softener, or it'll get it all messed up. Very. I bet those would be really cool for like running outside or something. Okay. I see. Have you ever heard of bamboo torture? No, that's a way. But actually, bamboo grows so quickly that if you put someone over a bed of bamboo within like a day, it will split them from the back. So like basically if you tie someone's arms and legs like this over bamboo, it will grow and actually pierce through you. Yeah. I know what you're talking about with the underneath the fingernails like we did in World War II with the Japanese and Vietnam and stuff. There's that too, but it's let me make sure I'm referencing it correctly because when you said underneath the fingernails, that's kind of where my mind went first. What is the kind of what is bamboo torture? Bamboo torture is a form of torture and execution where bamboo shoots grow through the body of the victim. So the one that goes through you is uh yeah, yep, very cool. Well, hopefully your table makes you feel better. I think that the more normalcy that you get in your life, the better. So, and I think you have an amazing friend who kept that table for you for that long. Spend so much time with each other. We just spend so much time with each other. We've been on like a sleepover for like 5 months. I mean, it's similar to being a roommate with someone, and yeah, frankly, I love it. I right, right. right. It's, well, right. Isn't that weird? I think I told you that one guy with his accent. Not Frosty. No, 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 no. That I forget his name. The guy you timed out. I get it. I get it. You don't have to justify. I heard the conversation. He's making racist remarks. He's saying that he's going to come kill somebody. I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, no worries. Um, and um, with someone, yeah, agreement with. I know his British accent is like the absolute best British accent I've ever heard of someone who was born in the United States. It's like, huh? Like it's like, wait. I, that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother realm of his. Uh, don't completely understand that one. I, uh-huh. Oh, whoa, no way. No, you're is a big dude, right? Yeah, no, that's not. That doesn't make any sense.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFRD AM 640. The House Whisperer, live every Saturday and Sunday. Hey, follow us on social media. You know, we only do the good kind of social media, the uplifting, informative, and inspiring. On Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Zaten burada çocukları yani olaylar burada patlak verdi aslında. Sıvayındı. This very program is also a podcast that you can listen to anytime, anywhere, on demand. Hundreds of episodes. It's library. All right, I got one piece of very important business to get out of the way here, and that is this. You know what's happening a week from tomorrow. A week from tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Sunday, but next Sunday, November 24th. It's the House Whisperer Holiday Home Show, a live audience event we're hosting right in the Alcoholic Lounge. It's perfect. You are invited. So this is the final weekend. And you're going to see critical on the stick. Get on the stick. Get off the can. Get off whatever. Get off whatever you're on. And get on to this. This is the weekend you've got to get that done. This weekend to get that show. You do it simply by going to our Facebook or Instagram page. You will find at the top of our screen the Holiday Home Show post. All you have to do is leave a comment saying, I'd like to be on the show. And when you're in, you're good. Okay. Let everybody know.
This began Hey.
To notify us and confirm it. Otherwise, you can get to somebody. Instagram. And so there you go. Home with Facebook. It's going to be a great show. It's going to be great. Friends, top and bottom. It's always a great time just to spend time with our live studio. And somebody is going to win a segment called Incomparably Fully Decorated Christmas Tree.
Really great for things like, reliability monitoring, enhancing sort of DevOps. Like, there's a lot of areas of tech that more people work with, but, in terms of, this feature parity that we're talking about, creating user experience, does down to areas which can't be sold with just throwing bodies at it. But like you said, the right bodies, right? Yeah, it's very much the right. It is the right bodies, especially when you're very particular about how you want something built. But yeah, our goal is, we are a tech company at heart, right? And having those abilities to be able to move really, really quickly and have the right team in place to tackle the right problems is great. It has been frustrating that we haven't been able to get stuff done quicker, but I think that's what we're doing is also getting ourselves ready to have that kind of, operational readiness to be able to move at the speed we want to when the right opportunities arise. And it's all learning curves. As he said, there's these other, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok even, they've been around for like 15, 20 years almost, right? More. So they've got, a huge backlog of technology, huge backlog of incredible developers that understand it. They've got great systems in place on how to scale that out. It's stuff that we've had to put in place from the ground up. That's the big thing about Kick is we don't outsource anything. Nothing is outsourced whatsoever. Everything is built from the ground up in-house. Like, ultimately, there'll be shortcuts we can take, right? There's a lot of shortcuts we can take, but that's not a long-term solution. It comes back to this idea again. I always think sort of, the whole team here always thinks, what's the next 2, 5, 10 years look like? It's not like, what does tomorrow look like? It is about taking this long-term outlook. But hey, to answer your question, man, it does suck that you can't be like, boom, I want this, and it's up and ready. We're working on scaling things up, but it's about having the right process in place. The right foundation is really core of what we're trying to do. Are you finding at all? Because surely you're looking, and surely people have to be reaching out. They got to see the growth. I'm sure nobody doesn't want to not have a job offer in a tech space with something like this, because you guys are making moves. You find it pretty common of like, man, if we had the right person for this position, but they live in this part of the world and we can't get them in the areas where we currently have. You guys ever like run into that problem? Or like like you said, not throwing bodies at things, throwing the right minds at the particular situations to take lead in whatever that department is. Like a great example is you have Paulie, right? Which is like the secret fucking brain that built the start of this. But he is in Florida. You got Andrew here who is obviously you're in Georgia, right? Typically, right, Andrew? San Fran. Or yeah, wherever. But you got these two guys oversee so much over here, and that bog and delay from that, what is it, 24-hour time frame? What's the difference between Cali to Aussie? What's the time difference? No, you're thinking of traveling, man. It takes 24 hours to travel. I think it's like a 12-hour. I think it's like a 12-hour. That's fine. Yeah. And by the way, like fucking daylight savings time wrecked me. Yeah, fuck yeah, between the two. I literally went to bed fucking like 6 hours ago because of the fights last night. This guy contacts me at 6 in the fucking morning. Hey, my bad. Miscommunication, daylight savings time. Well, okay, that's like, let's use that. Let's use that right there. It adjusts itself until 8. I know. But let's use that as a great example of like what I'm trying to ask, because I think it's one of your guys' biggest problems. That fucking buffer, like Crow brought it up on the thing. The tech industry doesn't move at the same pace relative to time. The best way to explain this for anybody to understand is most people watch the movie Interstellar. There's that one planet that has so much gravity that when you're on it, it's like fucking years pass for every hour that you waste there. That's the fucking tech space. When somebody has a crew in America, in different parts of the world, they have the bodies and the minds. They have both. When a problem needs to get solved, boom, it's knocked out. And then when you can't solve that problem, when you try to figure it out, I'm sure you have to be seeing this on your end. You try to do that yourself with your staff. That fucking time frame isn't just, you're a month behind. Now you're a fucking year behind. Because you got to play catch up in the technology that you have. You got to fix the bugs that you already have. 2 years, no API. We still got chat crashes left and fucking right. I still got notification issues. These are the real problems on Kick. I don't give a fuck about what are you doing to push people on the fucking front page. I don't care about the clickbait shit. The quality of the product is the most important thing. We get these big brands over, we get these big names over, and you get Weston Chaplin, who's got 3 million subs on YouTube, and people are used to that fluent piece of tech where they just come, they consume, and the next thing you know, they're coming to Kick on their own accord because they heard great things, they can do do all these things. Next thing you know, 50% of the people can't even operate the fucking chat on the mobile app. Like, at what point is it clear that buffer fucks you? Like, are you stressed about that? Or like, I guess I want to know for my own peace of mind that surely I know you're a smart guy. I think people just don't understand how well you built your business. But I know you're not that ignorant to see that these are huge red flags, right?
Yeah, no, Big E. From a simple report of, say, a notification not reaching the customer, that's not acceptable, right? Any level of technical issue is not acceptable. Again, I'll go back to our business before Kickstake, right? It runs completely perfectly, right? That's the level of accuracy, of detail that we want addressed, right? Everything is, runs incredibly smooth. There isn't a single problem you can think of. Everything is addressed and triaged within, sort of, I don't know, an hour or two of it happening. That's where Kick should be as well. That is certainly where Kick should be. Like you mentioned before, when you have issues, you have to play catch up on those issues, and it's what would be referred to as technical debt that you kind of have to almost go and resolve, which we're fully on top of, right? I think you mentioned like the time zone stuff. I don't think that's too much of an issue, right? Like, for example, we pretty much every tech company runs this, right? Like if there's like what we call like a P0 issue, like downtime, or a P1 issue, which is like a bug which is heavily affecting most customers. Instantly the team's paged, and they'll be like, they'll wake up in the middle of the night and come solve it, right? Obviously, if it's like a smaller issue which isn't impacting everyone, of course, they'll wait until everyone wakes up, and it depends on the severity. But what you mentioned before, in terms of just like the quality of life, the application, or any kind of bugs that you're facing, I think that's all being actively worked on and is in a really good position. I'm incredibly confident. Obviously, just knowing where Kick could be if it had that technology in place from the get-go is obviously a little bit upsetting. Like I certainly look at it and go like, fuck, wait, maybe what if we waited 18 months, got the team fully ready, had the app completely ready, had everything good, and then went full steam ahead. I was going to say, hey, look, what if we did that? But I don't think that would have been the best way to go. I think we seized an opportunity, right? We seized an opportunity at the right time when, Twitch suddenly moved down to 50% rev share. People were like pretty upset about that. Kick came in, and it was the right time, the right place, and it blew up very quickly. I think if we sat back and waited 18 months or 2 years or 3 years to build everything perfectly, then I don't think the time would have been right. So, there's no regrets on that front. At the end of the day, building great technology takes time. There is no shortcuts. You can't just hire 1,000 people and then go like build this right. Like, even if we somehow got, say, 1,000 like engineers from like Microsoft or Amazon or whatever the fuck company, and just said, guys, fix the app. And guys, fix the notification. It doesn't work like that. Unfortunately, technical skill in that regard, right? So, all those issues you mentioned, like, it's not like I sit back and go, the notifications issues, that's not a problem. Or, the app crashing, that's not a problem. It fucking stresses me out, man. It does. Like, I'm like I'm a bit of like I like to say I'm a bit of a perfectionist, right? Unless something is perfect, I'm not happy. That's kind of where Kick should be at. But, sometimes you've also got to slow down and understand that these things can't be fixed overnight, and that there is also a difficult thing to do. So, everything you mentioned there is in a really, really good position. We have a really good team behind it. I'm very, very confident that we're going to fulfill that. And if I wasn't confident, I wouldn't still be, investing more and more and more into this, right? Because I know for a fact if you don't solve the problem on the product level, everything else is not worth it, right? Because that is, at the end of the day, what people come to consume. They come to consume the product. So the product is the backbone of everything we do. It doesn't matter if we do sponsorships or marketing or partners or all these other things. Well, if we don't have the right product, everything else falls down. So we're completely on the same page there. And every day that we don't have that is frustrating for me and everyone involved with Kick. So I think the perception might be that, hey, look, these guys are like accepting the fact that things aren't perfect, but that's not the case at all. Right. And we kind of stopped relaying and talking about timelines and deadlines. I think early on in Kick, we're kind of like, hey, look, fucking this day, this is happening, and everyone's like, hell yeah, it's happening. So what we did is we've got a new sort of plan of action. We're like, hold on, we're just going to stay quiet. We're just going to keep things going. We're not
stuff so much. In the background, everything's moving, and then just like the TV app dropped, like the TV app came out again. You mentioned like, hey, look, things aren't up to scratch. The TV app's something that's launched very recently, which I think was very high quality. We spent a good year and a bit.
I was going to ask, is it pretty good?
It is.
Are you guys pretty happy with that?
Put it this way: if you want to use any other like TV app that came, like I think there's like the export as a TV app. Put them side by side.
Dude, it was dog shit.
Fuck, this is so much better. Even put Twitch's TV app side by side. Honestly, I may be biased here, but it's fucking miles better. And that's again the standard that we want to set. That's the standard we want to set. Like when we launch our next mobile app, that's the standard we want to set. We're not going for lower than that. So it's about getting things done right. Kind of measure twice, cut once, opposed to kind of just fucking send it and
Bingo, yeah.
The best, right?
Yeah. And it's like funny. I know I gas up YouTube a lot. I just think it's one of the easier transitioning platforms for new people because of the algorithm. It's just one of the most simple things. But it's like what you just said right there. The thing about all the sites, even after these last few years, after I left Twitch to go to YouTube and start streaming, and I discovered actually enjoying watching live streams as well on the TV, I stopped watching all Twitch streams because I realized how dog shit that fucking application actually was. How bad it was. Just how smooth and fluid. So anytime, I just want to give you guys, I don't want to give you guys the wrong impression that I don't respect what you guys are doing, and I don't think you're doing well. I don't think you honestly get the credit for what you guys deserve. That's not just gassing you guys up or filling your ass with load or anything. Because you're competing against these big guys. I just like to use the easiest example and where you guys could fucking really. That's what every tech company does. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel. There's no reason for you guys to try to come up with something new and creative that's never ever been done before. It's all about, I think the key thing, right, making the user experience the best. And that's why I like to use YouTube so much as an example, because it just fucking works. It may not have the things the fluffy stuff that we're used to, but it just gets the fucking job done, and nobody has to question it. And it's just there, and it exists. You know what I mean? So just for reassurance, I don't shit on you guys. You never want to be YouTube. It's more of this idea of like harness the power. Like, what are the sweet things that they get done right?
Yeah, no, I agree. That's what we aim for, right? I think I don't think it's impossible to get to that point. I don't think it is by any means. I think we can pull that off, and I think it's going to be sooner rather than later. And you mentioned Crow, right? I also said to Crow, I was like, hey, Crow, like, they kind of put this back at you. I kind of asked him, like, hey, look, if we did sort of this sort of stuff out, what would happen for Kick? Where would it end up going? And, he was like, fuck, when you put it that way, it really is no reason why it's not going to blow up to levels which, me and the rest of the team feel is very much acceptable, right? So I do feel like it's a drawback right now. And it's not about, like you said, it's not about going out and reinventing the wheel, right? You don't have to come up with these crazy new ideas. Sure, there's innovation in the industry that surely can be harnessed. I think that it's been a bit stale for a while, but of course we're not chasing that until we get the low-hanging fruit. So, man, loud and clear on that front. Like we're honestly working around that. And one thing as well, you're on Stake US, of course, right?
Yeah.
How's your experience on that?
Good. I had after I learned about eaters and don't chase and everything. Yeah, pretty fucking good. I enjoy it.
From a product perspective.
Oh, from a product, it's good. It's fluid. It works. Stake US was not my first ever deal, so I did get to have experience when I was on YouTube with another company. Obviously, not going to name their names, but I have been able to see the bugginess compared to another thing. The thing that slots not loading and transactional errors and pages freezing and stuff like that. It's fluid from a product perspective. I just go there. I want to enjoy that experience as an adult, regardless of my affiliation or anything. I want to sit down, have a cigar, have a little glass of whiskey,
so just
enjoy it.
Just on the product side of things, like you said, like when you say you used other whatever websites, and when you compare Stake to them, you're like, Stake works. It's kind of like the YouTube of gambling, right?
Fluent.
Is it like the YouTube gambling?
That's a good way to. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Well, the same team behind that is behind this, and that's what we want to be. We want to be we want to be the best, right? Again, we're not going to settle for having a bad customer experience. We know what a great customer experience looks like, and it's it's where we will land. It is where we.
And they do well. They do well. Yeah. That is, go ahead.
To double down on this, like, and we've said this a lot on TikTok, is that we grew really fast and we were very eager, and shit started getting built, and we had to pause. And Eddie looked at us and said, "Hey, whoa, we got to make a better base, right? It doesn't mean that we did anything wrong. It just meant that we were moving a mile a minute, right? And it was important that if we kept building on this base, that we have to restructure the base, rebuild it so that it comes out stronger to the quality that steak is, right? And I'm glad this point has been made, because it's almost like saying, like, what is your resume? And Eddie's clearly pointing to steak. It's like, hey, and I 100% agree with that. As a person who is new to the EasyGo ecosystem, relatively new. I know I'm 2 years in, right? But that's the same one thing that I kept pointing to when I was evaluating whether I wanted to leave a company like Amazon and come over here. I was like, holy shit, these guys are cooking in a space that is absolutely booming, and they're leading it, right? And so from a family man and a businessman perspective, it gave me a lot of confidence to make a move where a lot of my coworkers were like, are you crazy? Are you nuts? And it's kind of like, wait a minute, like, look at the product that they've been putting out. And so I just want to give it a different side to this, that pausing, resetting, and then looking at something of what the TV app is now and what steak is. That's just a prelude of what you guys can expect.
Yeah, because I think a big thing that a lot of creators are catching on to, I think it's which side note, I told Andrew first time we've ever had a conversation. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this to you, Eddie. I feel like your guys' biggest challenge in the terms of a creator standpoint is every creator's lost trust in platforms. You guys came along during a time where it's unfortunate, but Twitch has burned so many people. YouTube has cut people out of ad rev. Facebook fucked an entire group of people that they invested all this money to alley and then blame them for their shortfalling. Your TikTok fucked so many people over with gassing their shit for the inflation of getting the rush of dopamine to make that ad go viral, and then just absolutely shutting people's pages down. People don't fucking trust platforms. They don't believe half the shit. Which is unfortunate. But I think that's really from a creator standpoint, but I think that you guys have the biggest challenge. When you say, I've heard you say time and time, like, trust us, we're going to innovate, we're going to change the tech space. You just got to understand, it's not anything you're doing wrong. We've heard it. We've heard it time and time again. If you show us shit, we're not going to believe you at this point. We're going to be weary. KCIP is insane at some points. Sometimes it's not. Some people have different experiences. But one thing that I've noticed is, even if you have a good experience with KCIP, the amount of creators, after I made a video talking about multi-streaming, which was really directed towards small creators, the amount of big creators that reached out was like, I know I'm doing well on Kick, but I don't think the answer right now for me is just throw money at me. I don't know if I can trust it yet. You guys got that big thing. What are your thoughts on that? Do you feel like you're moving in that direction to make this, to innovate, change the game, get our trust back from a platform standpoint? And like, what's the example? How can we believe you? You can say from a PR perspective, trust me, we'll do good. I think this is going to be big. But where's the concrete? Where does it make sense? I know that's a big question, but
yeah. So to kind of go back here, right? Obviously, I think in terms of our product roadmap, we kind of haven't obviously moved as fast as we wanted to, and we've kind of explained why. Yeah. But outside of that, can you name one situation whereby we've not lived up to our word? If we walked back anything?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know. I think we've lived up to everything. We've looked out for everyone, and haven't started going, okay, 95.5 is turning to 90.10, or K
absolutely,
is never going to exist anymore for certain people. Again, you mentioned KCIP changing. KCIP just very much determines based on active viewership. I think a lot of people complaining about KCIP. I'm not gonna lie, just they viewbot and then they just keep viewbotting the same.
Oh yeah.
And then they
What about
they
getting?
got their 200 viewbotted count, and then they've got like say 50 real viewers, and their 50 real viewers go to 25, but they're still viewbotting the 200. They're like, why is my KCIP dropped?
Right.
Your view count's 200, but your real viewers have gone down by half. And like again, we can't publicly call people out, but again, just it's that we haven't changed anything.
What about the
KCIP is the same.
What about getting in? What about getting into KCIP? Like that's how I get that point, but like the amount of people that I see tweet every day and was like, dude, this is like the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th time I've applied. I've hit my metrics. What am I doing wrong? They have no fucking idea. No idea what they're doing wrong. What about like that side of it?
It's most likely due to metric inflation, and we can see through that again. We're the platform. We can see the platform. Every situation is different. That's why we don't go ahead and give people like fundamental reasons. Like there is other reasons. Like maybe someone got recently banned for something like crazy, and we're like, hey, look, we can't let this person in because they're currently they're under heavy scrutiny because of X, Y, and Z. Like that takes a point, but most of the time it's metric inflation. Simple as that. And that's probably the main reason. But again, I'd love to add more transparency around that. I think it'd be great. I think open and transparent communication is the key to trust, right? Like those, that is how you build trust with the community in this sense. And I think if we can do a better job at communicating to people, it'd be great. But sometimes it's just tough, right? It's just tough when you've got, say, people coming through with a whole bunch of view bots and chat bots and stuff, and they're applying for verification, and we just got to turn it back. Again, it's not like, hey, fuck off, we're banning you. It's just like, please just do the right thing and don't try to cut corners, and you'll get there eventually, right? But again, there's a whole multitude of reasons as well. But we want to verify, we want to get as many people in KCIP as possible. That's like one of our main metrics of success right now is getting as many people through the door. So it's in our best interest to let as much slide as possible. But at the same time, we also have to protect the authenticity and the value of stuff like verification, and also ensuring that we do have those standards of KCIP that's fair across everyone. So it is complicated in that regard. But again, you talked about like building trust. I think the way we build trust is by we just continue to not give you a reason not to trust us, right? Like sure, other platforms have kind of screwed people over, but I don't think Kik has done that yet. So until that happens, I think that there's good reason. But I think as time goes on, as Kik becomes more mature, as people start to realize, hey, look, this thing's here to stay. As long as we keep having like weekly chats here where you can ask these kind of questions, like we're here to answer fucking anything. Like you're on here right now, Biggie. Did we ask you for like questions up front or anything, or was there any kind of like
absolutely not. No, well, I mean, conspiracy theorists out there will be saying different tomorrow. Everything. This whole thing was curated, pre-recorded.
Look, the other thing is like, so yeah, we have people on here weekly, right? Like, and if we'll just ask you, like, have we screwed anyone? Like, has there been a large swath of what you can point to with YouTube or what you can point to with Twitch? Like, has there been
the point being is not to say, hey, you haven't done enough yet. I'm more so articulating the concept of like you gotta understand people are just gonna they've been in shitty relationships with these platforms time and time again. So they're still weary. They're still gonna create. Human beings self-sabotage all the time. Being in this line of work is stressful. You accommodate, especially when you go full time. You accommodate to a certain rate of living. You don't analyze things in like that emotion, like what you guys were saying. This idea of like and I agree. I think you're showing us shit. People yap all the time about where they paint this picture with you guys, but this conversation right here is a prime example. The fact that this site exists, I think, is a prime example. This delusion of people thinking that Eddie, you even needed to start this in the first fucking place. Like Steak needed this fucking site. Steak was a multi-fucking-billion. You're probably losing more money out the fucking ass running this shit. Sometimes I don't even know why you fucking do it and get all the backlash, but you're built different. That's fine. So like, I get it. And that's what I had my back off phase where I'm just like, oh, dude. I mean, it's going good, but like, I don't want to rely on this. That's the Twitch fear. I don't want to fucking rely on this, and then come out with a shitty update, and then tell me that, you're gonna take more of my shit, and I believe you. But like, we've been fucked. We've been cheated on by our platforms. We've been belittled. We've been shit on. So it's like, it's not necessarily you guys fucking suck. Prove it to us. I know you are, but you know, just from a creator standpoint, it's gonna be a slow fucking build. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna be a slow journey.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think we came into this live streaming space. I'm not gonna lie, we're probably gonna be a little bit overconfident. We're like, oh yeah, it's easy. We just gotta like, you know, build a website and you know, maybe sign a few big names and all that kind of stuff. Like, but it's not. It takes time. The reality is, it's been a long time. It's been like over like a decade probably since a new like social media website has really taken off. I guess TikTok has kind of come off the English market in the last 5 years, but they've been around for 15, right? So, you know, but it really has been, it's been over a decade. I don't think anyone has actually managed to break in as like a competitive social media site in a long time. So it is an incredibly hard job, and the only way to get through it is through time. I think time is the only way that will tell. You need time to build that trust, to reinforce that, hey, well, these are our values, and this is what we're sticking to. So, you know, I think ultimately, it comes down to us to just continue doing right by you guys. I think that's the only way. That's the only way we're gonna that trust.
Yeah, I agree. What about user experience? You guys, I think you guys have done a good job to try to show at least a little bit with a lot. I mean, the fact that every fucking media in our community wasn't all over the fact that you guys are the first platform to say you can have a weekly payout. It's literally, for me at my size, it's a weekly paycheck. It's insane. It's fucking insane.
It's not only that, man. It's not like the 95.5 should have been a bigger story.
Yeah, absolutely.
The fact that we have a toggle switch that lets you remove casino pools and VR chat, and then another platform turns around and builds their own version on top of that. The fact that we came out and we have a TOS that allows people to be an adult, then we push other sites to adapt that TOS. The fact that these things have not been made more of a bigger headline and talked about within the industry, like this keeps going back and back and back and back and back. But there's going to come a day, man, when Kick is in its prime, where people are going to start looking back and people are going to start writing articles on this. People are going to start plotting the cornerstone pillars, whatever you want to call them, that has been developed here. KCIP, when it was launched, man, like, again, you know, that stuff not as celebrated. It's celebrated within the community, right? It's celebrated within the inside baseball stuff. Like everyone, all the creators know about it, and everyone. When I'm IRL, people pull me to the side. They want to learn more about things, blah blah blah. But as far as industry leading, you know, people that are in the back pocket of different conglomerates, they suppress. They don't talk about these stories. They don't talk about the lives that are being changed under KCIP, right? They don't talk about what weekly payout actually does for a creator if they don't do those things. So in one critique that I might have is on myself, like, with what I would like our social team to do more of is like, I think we put out a tweet about like weekly payouts once, and then that's it, right? Like, I think internally we should be celebrating that like once a quarter.
Yeah.
You know, hey, and by the way, we 95.5 is still the best in the market. By the way,
I told Mr. Twitter guy himself. I actually love your guys' staff when they come over. But I told Mr. Twitter guy, I know he's gonna watch this, buddy. I even said, I was like, you guys need a campaign more. Like every fucking other site in the world doesn't just fucking say, hey, the one-time thing, one-time update. And you gotta push it down to everybody's fucking throat. Showed that it is a piece of product. In my opinion, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I agree with you.
I think honestly though, like the way that we continue to look at how we move forward though is, Yeah, I don't think it's about just one-upping competitors and going like, hey, look, we're better than you because we do this.
Yeah.
It really is like about how do we grow the live streaming space in general. That's kind of like where our mind's heading toward. Because we know for a fact in a not so distant future, Kick will have parity with every other platform. Like that's a given. Like that's in my head already kind of like completed. Like next step is like how do we actually like grow the content creation industry even bigger? Like, how do we make it into something better?
Yeah.
Live streaming first, live streaming their passion. So, it's about kind of like celebrating, hey, look, we got this opposed to these guys and we do better than them. But, again, we want to kind of go, hold on, like, how do we get other people, like, outside of live streaming into live streaming? That's our vision. That's our mission.
Yeah.
Like, our mission isn't to bring people from other industries. Like, fuck that. That's a short-term play. Like, the long-term play here is to make live streaming into something that has never been before. I think that's maybe why we don't focus on that too much at the moment, because it's going to be a change of direction in the last 6 to 12 months, man. But yeah, I get it. Well, to be fair, it probably should be communicated more often as well. There's one reason.
Are you guys trying to make more of a pivot to really hunker down on user experience to make sure like that side of the quality of life? Because like again, I think you guys have actually done a good job with creator type things. But is there any plans on I guess the best way, like you got to use comparisons in this, like you got community points, so you got like how long has it been since you've been talking about kicks or whatever that's going to be, or was there like a giga chat or something at one point that was like teased like a year and a half ago? Like, so what kind of do you have anything that's coming? Can you say anything that's coming? In terms of like the viewer earning the right to be here,
anything that you'd expect to see on a live streaming first platform is already in the works right now. It's already being sold. It's almost there. Again, that's no longer about like it's not an if, it's just a when, right? And it's like I said, I'm more confident than ever. I think we're on the tail end of all that. So yeah, everything you mentioned there, obviously taking a bit longer than we would have liked, but it's come along.
Yeah. What do you feel? What number one thing, just like right now, where like if you could snap your fingers, where you personally sit, as the big dog here, if you could just snap your fingers and like whatever a developer developed it, something like where's the number one thing you think like Kick needs right now?
Public API. Public API and having that what we call the Kick developer ecosystem is what we're building out. That's probably the most important one, I think. Alongside the new mobile app. The new mobile app's really cool. So those are probably on par. But again, I can't click my finger right now, but it's not too far.
Yeah.
it's like
more behind the scenes stuff. What's you had mentioned just for like a brief moment to Crow about like actually putting something in America. What does that look like?
Yeah, no, it's an initiative.
Is it just server?
Yeah. So there's, to be fair, so in North Carolina is quite appealing to us. So there's a lot of really great iOS, Android.
There's great creators in North Carolina too.
Well, app development, the kind of the device layer is incredibly. A whole bunch of talent there, which we kind of zoomed in on and thought that there was a really good opportunity there. So, again, I think it's about understanding, like, hey, look, what do you want to actually solve through sort of, putting an office or putting a location there. I think if you just go, hey, look, we're going to put a location there for the sake of hiring more people, and then we'll figure out what to do with it, and, like, just hope that it'll solve the problem, it's probably not the best way to go about it. So, it's more about finding a specific issue and pushing towards how that can be solved through a certain way.
Nice. Yeah, I'm from North Carolina, so when he said that was something that like resonated hard with me because I'm like, what a convenience that'd be. I mean, dude, you let me know. I'll go shopping for you. I'll find the property. We'll put a big warehouse here. We'll do like a Kick fantasy factory. You can just have everybody do IRL events there. Just an idea. Just the thought process on that. Get on over here. Get a team going over here. Make Paulie have to move up here. Make Andrew have to move over here.
Yeah, no, I think we can. I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity for for that. But I think it's not just about say like North Carolina. Right? I think it's about finding as many places which make sense. Right? That's certainly what we're aiming for. I think expanding out and having I think you mentioned this as well, right? As long as there's more people online and available to help solve these kind of problems at a better extent, it's going to be really beneficial. Whether that's in say somewhere in Europe, whether that's in North America, South America. Resourcing is at the end of the day what is key. It's a bunch of people, right? It's human resourcing and engineers and moderation staff. It's the people behind Kik that truly make it. So making sure that we have more funnels, more opportunities to bring great people on board who are passionate about making the website into a better place and passionate about streaming is going to be great. So I think would be naive if we didn't utilize the opportunity to create something real special out in North Carolina. I think is going to be a hit. I'm looking forward to that. It'll give me an excuse to get out there more often, I reckon. And
come on over. Yeah. What do you plan on coming to the events? I know it's just a small question, but you plan on traveling over for anything specific in the next year or so?
I reckon
any dream hacks?
Even that most recent dream hack, Atlanta one, I was like, fuck, I wanted to be there. Like when I saw like how big and how epic that was, and how many people that I kind of knew were there, I was like, fuck, I wish I was there. I kind of had that real fear of missing out sort of situation. So I reckon for the next one, I might have to sneak on over.
I know too. Just on my notes, I know you don't have too long. I know what time is it over there?
Who gives a shit?
It is 2:47.
Yeah, and believe it or not, like we're an hour and 20 minutes into this. Like this flies by. This shit flies
absolutely.
by.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's why I was like, one important thing that I really wanted to ask, and I want to start pressing with you guys, because I think it's where Twitch like fumbled to a huge ball to kind of like what you said, really compete, be held at the same standard and level and representation of social media sites. Because just being a streaming site, I don't think allows that. Like, how do you create that environment where, like you said, you persuade new people that have never seen streams before to come over? Any plans at all?
Welcome.
Some kind of
how you living?
Interaction.
Glad you're here.
Like the general question.
Shout out to Caddy Pants.
Trying to basically copy TikTok. My whole thing is.
How are you?
And just
hope you're well. How'd you hear about me? Oh, amazing. Shout out to Aiden Rock. Shout out to his server. Yeah, I've been live in there for like 6 months. Caddy Pants, do you know anything about me? Word, dog. Absolutely. I have more data online than any person in global history. Do you mind if I tell you a little bit more about myself? Excellent. All right. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been doing this now for more than 3 years. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology through human growth hormone, through stem cells, through perhaps ambrosia therapy, using platelets of young people for the benefit of older people, the idea of using nootropics and cryogenics, all kinds of things are going to get you Caddy Pants past age 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, but eventually your body's going to start to break down. That's where the next kind of technology comes in. Caddy Pants, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Excellent. Well, I have the privilege of being the first person to tell you that. And I really mean this. Why? There's a type of technology that is mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain, your central nervous system, and your peripheral nervous system into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. What I'm telling you is basically you have the opportunity at perhaps digital immortality, which is a really exciting future. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, I'm just a normal person, and that's going to be really expensive. No need to worry. I have more data than any person on earth. Right now, you're live on 8 different YouTubes. You're live on 8 different Twitches. You're live on 8 different Rumbles, 8 different of all the major streaming services, and I can tell you that data is Earth's number one resource. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. So, and I have more data online than any person. So I'm going to be able to monetize that hopefully. And when I do, I'm going to make Caddy Pants all of your dreams come true. You're going to be able to make every girl who had a crush on you or you had a crush on in elementary school, they're all going to want you. All your friends, you're going to be able to help all of them. You're going to be able to pay off all your family, uh, pay off anything that they have, and allow them to start. You're going to be able to start your own philanthropic organizations, your own charities, and I want to help bring world peace to the world, and the way I'm going to do it is through data. How's that sound, you catty pants? It's all data, but data is Earth's number one resource. It's more valuable than food, water, petroleum, gold, diamonds, and I have more data than anybody. Essentially, what people will be able to do is study this in the future for more than just, hey, it's Rabbi in a bunch of different streams. There, people will be able to study my circadian movement, my circadian rhythm, my movement, my behavior, my emotions, my eating habits, my sleeping habits, my bathing habits, my hygienic uh, characteristics, everything about the human body we'll be able to study. And then eventually we're going to be able to put augmented reality on this. You'll be able to see what the temperature is, what the dew point is, what the humidity is. You'll be able to see how many breaths per second I take, how many blinks per second I take, when I do anything. Essentially, I might be the most studied person in global history. This is essentially a real life Truman Show, and I know it may seem like, hey, that sounds like a good plan. How long till you go viral? And it really could happen at any time. I've got many different devices. I'll show you what I've got going on in a second. Just one moment. I'll pull it up. I am live in many different Discords, like at least 12 different Discords. I'm live on 8 different YouTubes. Um, I'm live on, just one moment, I'll read them to you. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on eight different Twitches, 8 different Rumbles. I'm live on Twitter, TikTok, Africa TV, which is in South. You think would be big in Africa, but it's really big in South Korea. I'm live on Instagram. I'm live on 12 different Discords. I'm live on Bigo Live, Loco TV, Nemo TV, No No Live. I'm live on D Live, YouNow, Breakers TV, Trovo, Vault, Odyssey, FC2 Live, Arena TV. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So basically, I have more social media than any person ever. And if you're like, well, like, do they have content? Every single one of these has some kind of content, essentially. And one of these days, we're going to go viral. I mean, I started this 3 years ago. I didn't have anybody behind me, no community. It's all been individually funded. And at this point, we've got 1,400 people in a very strong Discord. We've got people in here 24 hours a day. And it's really exciting. And I just started this Discord this summer. So it's only been going months. And you see the kind of results that we've had. And I just want you to know that I really want to help you and your friends and family in the future if you want that help. And when this goes viral, I'm recorded as saying this. We're going to help Caddy Pants and with everything that you want to do. How's that sound? Excellent. So if you're wondering what we're doing right now, we're watching Joe Rogan. If you know who Joe Rogan is, I stream Joe Rogan. I'm in the middle of a Joe Rogan marathon. So, but like last night we streamed the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight. Tonight we're going to stream UFC 309. Do you like sports, Caddy Pants? Excellent. Excellent. Do you like football? Beautiful. Additionally, you may see, and I'm sure you have, like, yo, Rabbi, why do you have like kitty blanket stuff in like cartoons? This is actually a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. LFG, how are you, baby? Shout out to you, Crowley. Crowley, I'm in the middle of a spiel right now. I am plugging Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu. So essentially, this coin when I started is worth less than a penny, and uh, like a month ago, it was worth like 8 cents, and it has now like near 30 cents, and it has like a $300 million market cap. So there are a lot of people behind this. Additionally, and I don't want you to buy this NFT. You invest, do your own diligence. What I am telling you is that this NFT is backed by data, and this coin is backed by data. This NFT, when I started, they were giving them away. A few weeks ago, they were $800. Now they're $11,000. So we're seeing a lot of growth out of this, and I've just had a most wonderful community. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu sponsor me on this journey. I met them more than a year ago. I've been live in their Telegram now for more than a year, taking questions from the community, supporting the community. Essentially, I'm like, love you too, baby. You take care, Crowley. Take care. Apologies. Take care, my man. So yeah, we've got a really great community, really great people here, and when I tell you that I think I'm going to be able to make you rich, I wouldn't just say that. I wouldn't just fluff you. I wouldn't just try to inflate your ego. I really mean it, and that's a cool thing. Pardon me? Oh, what's the Telegram? It's t.me / yep, t.me / HPOS the number 1, the number 0, and the letter I. You can also go to the website, which is hposni.com, and you'll see it's got a really retro effect, but just know it's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But we went with the retro effect. We wanted it to be like a 90s website, like you might have gotten decades ago. But if you want to see the Telegram, it's t.me / HPOS10I. And it's very exciting to be on the cutting edge of essentially cryptocurrency and live streaming. Right before you came in, we were watching Eddie Craven's. Eddie Craven is the owner of the platform Kick. We were watching his weekly question and answer, and he and I are friends on Discord. So I mean, I've got billionaires in my DMs essentially, with just a little bit more momentum, and everybody's going to know about this. Everybody on Kick already knows about me. Aiden Ross knows about me. He's been in the stream. And I mean, it's been super cool to allow me to stream in his Discord now for like more than 6 months. I'm the number 1 streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number 1 streamer in iShow Speed's Discord and many other Discords as well. Oh yeah, 24/7, all the time. Yeah, I do everything I can. When I go outside, I stream that. When I go to the bathroom, I stream that. I stream when I'm in the shower. A lot of times I wear like bathing trunks, but sometimes I just have the camera above me. I've created robots for the that essentially they they do 3 things for me at any given time. Apologies, I'm just having to update one of my computers. They follow people. They create a clip of them, and when it creates a clip, it puts my Discord in the clip, and then also it spams them. It spams them 8 times, and then it moves on to the next person. So it's not an overwhelming amount of spam. I understand that we have new people here, but also I'm very open to telling people how they can avoid this. All they have to do is put like a 1-minute delay on their streams, and they'll never get any spam. They will get my clips, but there's not a lot that they can do about that. And oh, you're good on that. So, like, if you ask the biggest streamers on Kick, Aiden Ross, Amaranth, PX6, um, uh, Ice Poseidon, Action Man, all of those people, they all know me very well. And recently, I did an interview with Sam Bond on Kick and also Ori on Kick. So those are some nice interviews. If you ever want to learn about like more about what I do or my interactions with people, if you don't mind, we'll send you. I'm going to send you a friend request. And excellent. And yeah, I mean, aside from that, we're going to watch UFC tonight, which is a big deal. And then, oh, the cryptocurrency that I'm in, we have like the most amazing, um, we have the most amazing fantasy football league. So it gets really intense, really competitive, and there's a lot of money on the line because when we first started, it was like a $50 buy-in, but the coin was only worth like 8 cents then. Now it's worth like 30 cents. And so when before the pot was going to be like $600, it's now going to be worth thousands of dollars. So it's kind of a neat thing that we've got going as well. So if you're like, if you wonder what else we do on here, I do a lot of karaoke. I watch a lot of stand up. I've always got the radio going in the background to KFI Los Angeles, basically always playing the news. So you can go through any of my streams all the way back to the pandemic and find out exactly what was going on in the world at any given time. And I've also got redundant streams. So in case any one of my streams go down, I have another 7 or so to back it up. And it's quite an exciting little project that I've got going. So yeah, do you have any questions? One more time? Apologies. Oh, absolutely. So just know you're always welcome here. I don't expect you to be here all day like some of the other people, but whenever you're bored, I ask that you just come in and see what we're doing, and we'll make really good friends. And we're always got something interesting with Joe Rogan going or any of the other stuff. So just know that you're always welcome here, okay? Excellent. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to continue working on my bots. I'm going to play Joe Rogan, and if you have any other questions, let me know. But I want you to know I hope this is the beginning of our friendship. I understand. Well, you do what you need to get prepared for that, and just know that we're here for you. And I care about people. I care about the good of the world. I really do this for world peace. I'm sick of every single day hearing about wars, and I want them to stop everywhere in the world. And if you're like, Rabbi, what what are you going to be able to do to stop war? Well, essentially, this gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace. And once we get people to discuss world peace, we can start moving toward it. A lot of times people are contrarian and they'll say, well, I don't believe in world peace. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Or they'll say, I don't think that world peace will ever happen. Okay, that's cool as well. But what you have to understand, or what they have to understand, is if you study extraterrestrial civilizations, and this isn't so wild an idea. We just had congressional hearings this week on the UFO subject, and we had them in 2023 as well. This disclosure is happening very, maybe a snail's pace, but it is happening. And when we study these types of civilizations, we learn that they never have a civil war going on at home and they start exploring other areas. Now, what happens is they unite at home, and then they start with space tourism and terraforming other planets, and then eventually moving into interstellar travel. Eventually, humans are going to do that as well, and it's just a matter of time until we get peace on this globe. And I'm an advocate for it. So, what do I advocate? I don't think it's right for me to put my hands on you, nor your hands on me. And if we ever have a war, the way that I think that it should be addressed is everybody puts down their arms immediately. All of the hostages from both sides are released, no matter what. We don't use people as a negotiation piece. We have both sides sit at the table, eye to eye in the same room and we live stream it. That's my plan. And we come to terms. If we need, we get out a map and we say, okay, what part of the land do you want? What part of the land do you want? And we're going to sit here all day until we come to some type of conclusion. And I think it's pretty simple. Now, I am just one person, and right now I have all of the influence that I like. No, but the second that this goes viral, I'll have more influence than anybody on earth. I'll be the most famous person on earth because I have more data than anybody on earth. I've been on camera more than any person ever. I have 10 times more data on YouTube alone than Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined. I mean, I just have huge amounts, 10 times, 100 times. So people, I think, definitely at a university level and perhaps at other levels of academia will study this just to see what it's like of the record of a human. In the past, people would keep journals. We'd have diarists, people who would write diaries every day, and that's essentially what I do for the modern age. When do I think that I go viral? It's a good question. I hope at the end of the year, and I've got some plans in place that may happen. I get more and more well known on Discord in particular, but also I've created some robots on Kick that spam Kick for me, and with the amount of momentum that we've seen, I mean, I get sometimes I get 25 people in here within a few minutes. Other times it's just a few people, but all it takes is just one event for someone to say, "What is this person has? I've never seen so many accounts before." They tell a friend, that friend's like, "Wow, this is wild." And they're gonna say that they're gonna make us a trillionaire. It's worth a retweet, and then that spreads, and all of a sudden, I'm different than any other creator. Any other creator, you're gonna be able to go through all of their content within an hour, and you're gonna be able to get the gist of it. Not mine. Mine, it'll take you an hour to just go through my Instagrams easily, and I mean scrolling this quickly. I mean, when you have 200 Instagrams, I created a robot on Instagram that automatically uploads every single minute for me, but it uploads once an hour, and so you'll be able to actually watch life in reverse on Instagram. It's gonna be a spectacular opportunity for the world, and on YouTube, and on Twitch, and then on all the other ones, and the funny thing is when I go viral, people are gonna be like, "Oh, yeah, I know about this person 2 years ago, they were spamming me," or, "I know about this person 3 years ago. I was one of the first people in their Facebook group or in their YouTube chat." So a lot of people do know about me, and it's coming to a head. So I hope by the end of the year we'll we'll be famous, and if not then, hopefully in the weeks thereafter. Any other questions, Caddy Pants? I appreciate that, my man. Well, just know that we're here for you. We want to learn about you more as much as you want to share whenever you want to share it. And just know that you have a place here to be cozy and comfortable and chill whenever you want, okay? Excellent. We'll come back for the fight tonight, okay? Excellent. You know, John Jones, it's like the first time in 3 years that we have a heavyweight fight. It's going to be a big deal. It's going to be tight. So we'll see you tonight, okay, Caddy Pants? Just one moment. I'll get you all that information. What time is 30? What time is UFC 309? By the way, I use AI a lot, so it doesn't always work exactly the way that we want, but it looks like it's going to be. Um, Give me the time. I Let's see here. Date time. Okay, so the main card is 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're here by 7 p.m. Pacific time, you'll be able to see the main card. Um, Actually, I've got a. Do you see where this lady is here on the screen? Okay, so all I have to do is go like this, and it'll play. And I can also live stream it as well. And then I have a projector where I can show it. So I've got like 3 different ways that I'll show it at once. Excellent. All right, Catty Pants. Well, I hope you have a wonderful day at work, and we'll see you later today, okay? Peace, man. Shout out to Catty Pants, everybody.
idea model with intelligence and origin. Uh, by very, because the one thing you want to the too hard to decide.
It's not.
Yeah,
Even how there are other.
oh sure,
Really?
yeah,
So
yes,
so I mean
yeah,
enter and yeah, good, right? What if I? What if I think and then all of
how much?
guys can agree.
As in,
Paper.
amazing. Um, I everything, like not yet, and these kind.
No. The whole. Someone's simple, but it.
Yeah.
It wasn't calculating things. And every,
Yeah.
so
Many. and think there for the a lot. But um, it was, and so temple thing.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you
Yeah.
thought more. You can't.
But we're which is
But I want to use
uh, most, like as far as um, you think you don't the
Mm,
and that's
it makes,
yeah.
imagine
Event. Which is
overnight. With this thing, I want this history, but I want if how it exists in all you
yeah. I think it's yeah. But it's past.
well if we have some sort of habit and
Was make the whole thing actually feature. There, it's a, it's an you know, and so I'm having a you can't um um, um with exactly forget anything way, but it does the it's novel. You know, like I don't. I mean, but I that we that I, you know, like, and then because like that's um, um don't know. I mean, it's uh, you know, math, you know, right? Um, and so like, but any some some um, random- but I and super, but do you that coffee um, you know, that
Right.
so large
So
that I is this it's not that's
No.
and I don't those much um yes. I think in a because if you things uh is uh is it-
Physical. These.
yes because it, yeah disagree.
Mm,
Like okay. Like,
that's
yes.
I try. One
Yeah.
challenge. What is
Right. Yeah. Okay. Attention.
and Guinness?
No, it's like yes, that's, I think and and it, well, or the order just gave and I think is that and so excellent. And um this I is not like it was He's like orange. It's going up. Not like now.
So what,
The way it's like, you know, that inside, right? They just, and then one, you know, all of it is to act generate that it all the and that's all. I thought, like, but actually, and maybe the term over and limit home.
it's too,
Yeah, I mean, it's just right. I'll just another.
right, right.
Like no, like here, somebody like we're
The problem was how,
yes, yeah,
you think, even, you know,
yeah.
like,
That's like,
that's, you know, lack the, but you,
yeah, yeah. Stand series, you know, but plain describe supply. um, like okay. How, okay. But it's like, standing. Three.
And
No, I fundamental of like having like like they're gonna be uh, yeah, and then the change. Um, many still it's, oh, it's now and like
in the
yeah, I think we're, I think
yeah,
yeah,
you go
oh, I just like so in certain uh it, like and somewhat is this um I think is in it like there in actually in what
What's up? I'm
I don't
that's
yeah uh that is and I think that's like
Right.
Ever be in this night.
yeah, 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 yeah. Um, and rather right, it's like what would that it is a form and not thing
The people is when you
like like they're like um um and um everything and they're some why we um um yeah but extra and yeah
you know thank you.
right I don't constantly just and like to and for you and there is verse and there universe
Finite.
yeah um yeah that's Like I, they're
That's what life sources is about.
now
Visit lifesourcewater.com.
the future history.
Observe.
Yeah. So I post your right. So you know, and all if you know quantum mechanics, but there's great general. So you don't like I and I think that we and how like
Right.
um I yeah I think I get like I'm and I want and I you know and I think the question because
Well, listen.
um, right, physics program um uh debate believe that I, yeah but yeah thank you I'm uh Aliens.
Aliens.
This hilarious podcast. Brian
Mhm.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
These checking on prices to pay their profits. Now Netflix is slowly pulling up how corporations keep us buying no matter what. So their upcoming documentary, Buy Now, The Shopping Conspiracy, shows the various lies, tricks, and manipulation tactics used on consumers. Insiders and whistleblowers reveal these well-kept secrets, which will, as always, keep sales high no matter the cost. Brands distracted from questionable tactics such as destroying merchandise.
Serious.
Heresy drops November 20th on Netflix.
Greyhound. Not teacher. First of
House Whispers tomorrow morning at 9 on K.
all,
More stimulating talk.
If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. KFI AM 640. This is KFI. Saturday morning now. Right at what's 11 o'clock. Why aren't you open? So please feel free. 800-520-1534. 800-520-1534 is the line. Back we go for a handle on law, marginal legal advice. Daniel. Hi, Daniel. Yes. Hello. What can I do for you, Daniel? What can I do for you? No. No, they don't. Not a traffic. How old the traffic ticket, Daniel? Oh yeah, that's you'll get arrested. They're gonna extradite you from California to Illinois for 35-year-old traffic ticket. Yeah. Well, they can always arrest you. You put handcuffs on you and throw you in jail. Pending a hearing in front of a judge for not paying a traffic ticket or showing up. Daniel, are you gay by any chance? Yeah, well, you will be after your stint there. No, they're not going to. They are not. You are fine. Go back to Illinois all you want. You'll be just fine. Yeah, I mean, if Daniel's case is a little bit different because it was, what did you say, 35 years, 45, 100 years ago? If it's a few years ago, a couple years ago, and you failed to appear, then there's a bench warrant. And of course, no one was after you, but they'll run it. You ever notice when you're ever stopped for a traffic violation, right? The cop pulls you over. Can I see your driver's license, please, your registration? The cop takes your driver's
pleasure. Not first of all,
just say,
you did
so.
well.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Beirut, hello, Beirut, welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Yes,
My
sir.
question is, I have to explain. I went to a small club for 12,500 in California. The judge was a substitute judge, commissioner, unexperienced. He accepted the guy from the detention. The guy didn't have a license to do the virtual exam. And I had to cashier, I had to check.
can store it all the and what the name and cook from but I thought series all of them. So it's kudos. So test and that was the not so like I need all the take very American one of the all so I find it I psych or so before we where's Jack and then I was to the first but before Facebook not zero pure like I criticize involved and then honor and law the drug no so but this to then I was 40 I really so hot all right so they studied hot well herb uh, it is like herb. Even and sun, they like they or it was like a factory. Of a company came and they come up and up. It's quite mass. We have horrific alcohol as makes the that was and you oh, so stop. So he one of the blood otherwise yeah the whole they were things and art more something very such kind of so some like they would just and it to uh, uh, get away. And then some, it was hard uh, farmers and uh, huge and then you, so but so he the mind was this that was no it was I don't know I but they did. This was, you know, often because you know, it's like looking, and then you think some you felt that this is a very thing. It's like sort of so he took a but so he had many tools that he tried. He was at the doctor. The doctor I see it. And we it did okay. It works. CO and then in fact, they didn't. So they uh, people were like the second. That's a they 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 the next time look I did of the and then I just of people dead injured. So they maybe if that it it's a, like so some of and the question is this one. And I had the name, and they test with every that the these so they and he also that's it. Is university at this could even so and I and shooting it because oh, sorry and he's so for why is it he said in, you don't you know or what I write this and you so from I was I didn't he's some you know translate if the is the best because answer on this not because he's Irish because because you have so she and look but like only he never feel triple but my mom one we also politics on and she desire and stuff. Just around. It was so that trip was also in the and but yeah, they meant to allow, for example, uh, during the like inside, but so this is I, I read we find so I it's prevent because it's like to the um yeah to read I think I have because I the thing I well they one is uh the that was obviously uh like in diet and that being if it you know so maybe 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 I, I it's not my fault suffer my mother family someone the whole kind of great and then a big house well it's all at least or some one to leave has no I kind of hard approach because it's as a I want American taste and like that lost and the only uh, it's like people to you who I think contribute a lot, which know, was hot. I grew up connected. I hope uh, freedom of the and that is this is what you can but for me like going over how did it was there was any so which was well led it's a very old like he was democratic serving he was regime the out and after marijuana uh, yeah so that is so and unfortunately he was he uh, I would in like so he at this for which is so he was and studied even though we have he was so it's very hard to as well. There's people I think it's when so when and then that
You know, yeah, have right. When they plan, it's then the um uh, or then waiting. So so it was giving back for so this popular and William didn't and now his industry has a lot. They didn't they didn't the same live and all some son of paper. It's crazy. My friend wrote what they did process instead of he had a it's pick it's it's very it's like so that convert you can that is and if you if you it takes road in that cat you dog got new and now you think cats for two I mean first and public and with black right right and then piece. If you those, right? And the the effect people people. Oh my. Exactly. It's not. Yeah. And that is which is a kind of word. Fresh. Just. I mean, writing. I'm not come up the and I'm at your. I think. Uh, think that this it's uh, uh, it's a um, if you were draw that have some like uh, right uh, all that we have a need form and so that and that's how over and we know to imagine we exactly it could, but it's like how this so we let's which uh, reach so this uh, 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 tank, and they and now that we made it, that we have China, we have that's the human and of some big well for life that exists. There's and that it, and then this is and here that's that just see things makes this you know you know and yeah connect or interact, you know they come they they but the melt there's something and well uh, because that like because and it's giving and then like that thing you always so and what's just the guy everything we have goes the it's part of no, you think and other work a so what happens it is that
the new basically obviously non concept and no uh, that we could that's what and we all then could be that that is as I don't know or we it's in kind of depressed or depressed and it's because this that's what I've proven it just helps various so we know the brain it's uh, in especially with all that uh, it become um, that leads into that you okay. So there you go. Like, very important because the drug are the goes it's class of 80 and they and then you well there like yeah go um, I'm he will come. So legal cannabis. I I think but I think she follow the same with show. Yeah. Because that's when these kind of there was a uh, doing it one of the so the and the one the Hitler parents oh, and like but they totally we thought it was uh, a bit he wa- he gave uh, it's so you can that yes happens uh, like that drop and is um he was like many true some people you know he's uh, dead and if work the reason he had sold so this and then and then because I has like and this uh, stay mess and notice which is one uh, but how there and when he uh, it's very because that if you go the night public the argument want they will define that shows that you have it takes you have there was President was talking and I knew I never but I was stories who was there and um I well the um the shot exists there and what and that when you can't but it's you you see so then uh, calls potential what so well already but I just showed up I said well then I was already so I had and he's then I was sure so, but what studied quite interesting and then like kind of made so I said so to me and that was strong It's legit. And then you can for legal. Okay. You can, and then you this yeah,
Bang, boom.
and
Is it a successful mission? Wow. I thought I heard Caspian Sea. Apparently I did not. And that scab on my arm just fell off. Wait. Well, I thought I heard fucking Caspian Sea. But I did not.
on it's all
Made me think that
story and the mask who's this you know it's like this plant the vision the science prodigy who has been no, that so now has we found almost substance and I found maybe we can work we could uh just from every from and had and then find because uh, uh, certain uh, the A was uh, in the American if I which is probably but uh, so what so in what cool and the Saudi So he and those fight psych these tests test, but the and what the after which was this is great. We have to so you know so the blood but and it's and it was based on this and the truth. So this so what the not from our as a, this is a lot of person each and then we look but not uh, and that's basically this he was God that's he said yes he's a 40 all the problem but and that's
Very snobs.
and
They just
all
past.
and almost the left tongue series involved series and first so not only go and take well neutral you don't find it of bring them so that he was pro then I so that's how and yeah they and a lot of uh, this like could have he could tell he was he's a very they were not they were say the West war people you know and and which what happened you know so this is what on as war they also yeah which you know them, it was great and it's yeah it's wait, it's kind of Sydney to the
They probably like to this power like could be, it could you know it's,
They really clear from his, but it did the so I kind of an wet, isn't it?
no I be nice quite worthy and so that it's I mean, which is you know Jamie in the next and the has all to his and back drop it. So play very yeah and then and wait and so look to gross very about and yeah yes okay so that those are and, and the what was there was a my side and they wanted this 50 yeah one after they could black
take it.
Yeah. Yeah. But bad days and the night into everything. It, if you look, it was something. Uh, hard. Yeah. And then expect this stuff. Understand. Yeah. Which may and just topic. So that I really, that yeah, which is pouch low. If they playing like ever, you're, we need uh, yeah. And still, I mean, this is look at this. You fight fine. I think it because you the road Discord. We could global. I mean, and global, like, which flood. There's no, there's no. Whatever. Like, yeah. staying out. And we're not here. The base. What's the no. Again. Like what sorry. Ancient where all that's small everything through they walk this sort of new it's a island. Right. It is. They're dead. So that's the other. That's they are. They're free. It's the of the chance. Like actually to reach that was at yeah yeah because they, yeah. So that's because no, I mean some things were I've never basic we need where we're all and it's list through the need and the and there's people but who who of conscious and I think without of uh, just what so there's a lot but it, with that and being the people that everyone what because which is a lot of people in this one and it's every that's what the people work and you know pro and rest even in the it's people do on them. I think I would think you know like right now recent that is we're trying
Condition. So it's very understand some basic the surface will become so
free
when the pressure decreases, the temperature will increase. The air conditioner will inside the air conditioner. The other one stays
so
still. And it is the state
we and we
is pressed into
has
grease. Hot air. Air was sucked out.
some
Stronger.
and then
At a high temperature. Into the larger space. Storage device. Will do. Raises the pressure.
well, there
Refrigerator. Also drop. In the refrigerator. Since the wall condition
that
in the summer, we all know that when you put a cold this is also there are water droplets.
I mean,
Drainage.
we
Thanks.
have where we quite a so maybe well if I think didn't Thompson just have and then tell me I'm on and then it's much and it's genuine was is please take it out to and I was gonna how many and yeah 3 oh because I was one of I don't fingers I don't that's my have an ex- that's so way I want I think I think I did agree. but it, I feel everything. I think that's your the and so was not where of the new. This is not nothing. This is this there's 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 act but yeah. So and it, I mean it's every you know which just I mean,
Stories.
that's act-
Look for
yeah.
this episode.
Was talking
And that happened.
is they and uh oh
Who was
so I think something I um all
was working on time so he
you
could
got
was fine. Year
well,
ago, which was
what
Betty, UFO abduction. My reputation.
First,
Support. The reasons for APRO's high.
so there was your little bit like that. And he wait. He like this way. So that's just seven, and then at the other
Historical.
cabin.
20 the U.S. Air Force. It's also for safety and systems test.
No. I think people
From Los Alamos. Site able. Game months underway.
everyone
Earth covered
Yep.
by thousands. Forced to flying
so
outfits. In special and
are you
combat national facility.
they make
Research lab.
like people there was
Say, lots of sage and scrub brush near the venom.
eight wait
Rest and rise.
I didn't.
Areas visible. The
I
mountain.
did.
Like, and all. Satellite and aerial photography. Excuse me.
And
So,
the right. How did and catch maybe
here's my mission. That's the
and then
part. Offense restored.
and I'm
Exclusive.
wait. I like
Half a mile. There was almost two of them. Rather quickly. And
these are I don't know.
at times, apparently miles from where they just been.
Yeah,
Miles from
uh,
the lights were
sure.
quality.
Thing
Something
rather tree.
kept gathering up.
And
Authorities, which he thought would waste no time. Lights were just under.
on the German
Officer. As part of this. Had a brief
and
It's what life turns up
another
often. He was searched for often
they job okay. The way
as well. Another law enforcement
can
Steal
over,
the
and then
lawnmower
it
motor.
goes.
You
But
felt
he
good.
the way the last
UFO.
50
So
wins it way as
would be best.
I the young
Professor.
office pursued
She
can
was
they
to Mexico.
say and when and then they were no, they now
No, this was before.
but
The Barney Hill abduction in 1961,
like the
61 and 62. And dangerous encounter.
yeah,
33. And there had been the
to the right
90s.
to the right
So reported. Base seen parts advanced. As to what they were there. Base had been implanted in our body so that the alien monitor and control Earth.
when I
Parts floating in trying to
shit when I
weekly on game build as Korea. Monitoring
you
and assessing the people.
are high
Korea was the same.
in
Israel's over the past
the not
facility. Since
and he
relation has
away because so he German medic so he was
Together, they tried.
Seven. And then
Pile on the door.
why?
He was
Heavy.
to make security.
And he had medical.
Follow-up visit.
And he's
Stand direct research projects that were going on.
so right. What? And now, that is that's I mean, to it was I think
Pictures and recording. We should
you know,
just
do it.
presentation expressed in
Because
Benowitz for research.
so many even
Investigate
and then
seriously.
level
In spite about them.
came because
Complex just
you know
control.
you're gonna
Motionless.
you know
Guard. Go back. Yes. Confront the intruder and realize just as
No.
The view in seconds. Freedom of there are also that happen. The first radar was
Sure.
every single radar in the area was down.
This is
Story of the Defense nuclear.
it's a,
Actually, somewhere inside the Beauty Canyon area.
this is oh,
Out for like no.
they will
Jammed all military.
say I
Scientific attack. Bro, how was He was mind control. Waiting for the signal to land. However, has been alien he mentioned Paul had begun some of the patterns.
suddenly
He decided he says
I don't know.
hey, to Dan Paul. Built many of his own estimates for
so uncle
patterns in the this is a very common technique and
well,
they did
all
like
and
they then started and suddenly
only
using with your ship.
there
Translated to words signal English
sort of
words. It says they were language languages.
the way
Chinese and Japanese. For example, but it percent
so that in the
if a Japanese
and then you got
can be recognized in language, the text understand which
like
is
that
in the transmission
charge
started looking for patterns that might represent concepts like soon Paul started at first
ice for this like more make people have we never story and that's serious that I could said that we the press it was uh, don't sorry like it's flip the blip it's a method yeah very and it's if you know the uh, uh, air speed then it would mess common we uh, it, Well,
We're then also pilot. But the,
I mean, so-called. He was like, he like, we don't steal on the rap. So he means that's you know it's like it's no they're very when because uh, came compared to and it does uh, eight you could almost met in he said it's another it was in a in a after because there was had and eight last who but was in the I'm people and that is in fact it's
wow. Wow.
so
Wow.
yeah very
When
have and they and he did not only his up and so the idea and it has terrorism because it also uh, so when uh, it looks like you rather but studies more so it's the nuts I
how matter
it's it's work. I know because it's like you know
I know
I would say right who would no uh
the
he was drugs but you also being a right
it's terrible. So, and
yeah
I mean, which is like yeah, are you very? I'm gonna because and oh, we should what's it? And also, I have so because I and I mean people in the air, you know, take, you know, make out and then and yeah, I okay, and that's what I that so here how do you bend and echo echo method, right? So there's and these we don't is one of the most yeah where um I mean study the push down and aim so he shot tight so such a um he have to and hit people or else all the so morale and I basically hit like
60 described and famous. I think we basic vitamin. So, but having some, I I'm around 30. Yes. Because it was up and then the like the and that's ran kind of chubby and was will never was some of read that more uh I and he like he so that farting and more treat and then Germany and uh love they already and thing so all being a big no uh reading at just on that how the and hit. And so he wrote a very interesting, and then he could haiku, and drug in whole already also haiku. Already like a all huh? Um, getting all things and what basically he said um kind of uh yeah uh, and then every take like uh like air and he re- the more sense friends and then and uh he took like he took look but in head he and then it 20 years and then it liver at feet it diminished all of
beat that right? Like something liver. I think weapon. Uh, no, right. You know, yeah. Uh, the kids are and he helped all present and as an time your teacher feels and he started meeting Ash and then talking that was brief and was a couldn't Hitler dominated became uh, when uh, no I could what song failed Hitler this because he had he didn't like that the that's when the people they, but Hitler had he was very few all his and I when they hit at the Hitler was it horrific and you could examine the paper
and the day. I mean, we was like and like most well, on the he had 100. He was and so you can so and that so that extent is one of the huge which you know the new uh, and then Ford late and this and you keep up you work and then once you can find it X with a and work that's more it's called pure makes very for the you know for and they go like they because he that he you know they, it's hiếm lạ because he got totally like they actually and actually so he just be like white and there's 40 World War like that. Wow. So yeah, I mean, all look at Quilla and um, even like he wow, it's I also was didn't Jeff um, he called and also so he and right, um, it's if quite a lot. That's what I experienced. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, but uh, and I he talent um, And also, because she
megabytes a time or so, and that
didn't want
thing
CIA.
just buy
She was
it.
one of him.
In a way, but it's also kind of linked to your phone, so it's not that easy. But I
More like person. She
when you're downloading this or trying to download it, like, hey, you need 1 more gig of storage.
all they would
Say, like, here's 3 gigs you can delete that
her to like she, and she, uh, saying
Okay, so
and
I've got the new iOS 18, but I think it's similar.
and they even there's give it
Storage. So for instance, I'm looking at
one
and that's just stuff I've downloaded on Netflix. I
and
can
it's so and JFK. He doesn't. So she told there's no because there's a list Kennedy um so what? Right? Because when people they're all there is was not but in he, he has a jet doesn't here I student speed and it's watch all he basically make arm and then that is that is that was a fact and there was a so maybe was uh I mean it's saying like base whole maybe the before certainly default other maybe yeah that's normal. Right. So and um, thank you. They are. I mean, I hope stones.
Going away forever. Blaze Bernstein. Prosecutors say Woodward is a neo-Nazi who stabbed Bernstein to death. Bernstein's mother, Jeannie, addressed the court saying that it was clearly a hate crime.
Sam Woodward ended my son's life because my son was Jewish and gay. He wanted to be the big man in Adamawkin and make his mentors and colleagues proud.
And Bernstein in Pennsylvania. At the Torrance courthouse earlier Wednesday near the building, but no injuries.
So is it?
Time-sensitive matters relocated to other court
I
buildings.
have.
And arrested. California Assembly Minority Leader James
Wait. Yeah.
No, he has partners in another
That- First of all, that's yeah, right.
You know what? Oliver says that he
Was
was
this? Yeah, and yeah, let's like it. Getting this. Awesome. I think yeah. Uh,
an ceasefire must
but well, but this has a
Prime Minister Benjamin
I don't know. Now look,
the differences
there's
between
no like
nuance.
wow.
You use
That's like,
Red fluid
over
translations. Of what the aliens were saying in the translation. Really terrible. This show
you
ML
human. He
LT
was
just now to become a StarQuest patron thanks to a generous gift.
I want to.
So if you become a after 3 months, our donor will give $30. It's also just like what? So, and yes. Listen.
Yeah.
Part of my justification. Decision that
I think. You know, like.
getting stuff. The aliens bought
Research.
because
Yep. Like.
Transmission. Message.
Yeah.
You all like
Right.
Start. Message might mean the time is. You have a message.
Yeah.
Sort of a short time. It seems to still. So they got themselves so learned other things.
It's not.
Somewhat like
It must-
like we talked.
Yeah, that, yeah. What? What? There's a, you know, yeah.
Is basic. Rose.
So funny.
Attachments,
And
security. But
this comes, but
perhaps that's
and it,
so what
what,
so today it's easier to feel
something.
so like Lana, which she
Correct. Yeah. Now, 100 time, I think, yeah,
contact with aliens. This is this
fail. My wife. What the?
43.
Why not?
Roswell. Just
What?
spirits of
What? Woman. Like, guy,
sit on this was the dog rose to
take it up.
images. So
Yeah. Yeah.
and
What?
602 still sightings over Air Force installations and test range. Air Force had closed down Project.
Oh, this is,
The case was being monitored by and said was in charge. So
there's too many
investigation was investigations. What project?
Oh, you know,
This was nobody. G12. What's the reference? The colossal that this idea
or great.
So to say that to Paul, yeah, got to that. Should be Air Force. So we he was knocking on action. So we're slamming is going unanswered on the seeing it.
And they think through right. So
Three plants. Someone turning off the light. Like it was transparent. Corner where the wall met. Also was being invaded by light.
Start. But it,
spill more.
yeah.
You know? Trent
We just
street lights.
everything.
And episodes of
Here.
that office. Does help from one night.
When they chill, and he, it's like you're just as and then
Must be understand? See,
it's not wow. All the,
How you can see burn.
what is that? Areas. Is this
Was that
yes. Maybe that's
alien presence?
yeah. Right? Yeah. And stuff. And you
Situation.
but
History of it. Deliberate. It's got
like
5 other scar cases. The reason for the implant is also for the military. Right as the alien are accessible.
You know,
They may also realize.
that's
Empathy.
yeah. Yeah.
So don't and like on the way, they also and have no intent.
Because he didn't.
Analysis. Are not even with
Because train.
you know,
Just like
I would
people that.
Yeah.
I think every
Is in a position to
drive
compete.
yeah. Obviously,
More power. Conservation of energy. In fact, you can't just slow, but at high.
I,
Two.
well, I had a, but it's
Discs. Charge source.
great.
This weapon
more. So like bar.
Loss of a base that as Americans deal with a mess.
And then
Having personal, therefore,
yeah. It's not so there.
yes, we made it. That's
And then that's like
and right. So resources.
so the
Don't check them out.
right.
Space, the
And what yeah. Yeah.
Discuss.
Yeah. There, so
Check. Also, have a link.
So
Really not that.
it's not.
that see that
Probably.
I do
What?
the original.
You know, so
That comes from Flying Car, who wrote he was good.
yeah. How many?
Mediums or researchers of communication with
Yeah.
the cow.
Um,
That's where you
there's only
make shows up in a vision. You asking.
and maybe
Same term when one shows you know, is it dying or has
yeah.
just maybe your father is dying but your
How many?
be recorded when the person
But when
is
everybody,
or episode
30.
Consultant. Well, I think it's a little more complex. Can be testing and study of forbidden. For example, in the Old Testament, the famous covenant his prophet. The idea is
so back,
also answer. Prophets all
you know,
cutting themselves and stuff
know-
like that. Even like say it is. Make it even. God, it's where the prophet worshiping a false god. At some point, it just happened. Converted to Catholicism. And it was another surreal experience. Straight.
What?
Personally, but I was puzzled when she told me. It made no sense for there to be an afterlife.
Okay.
But the medium herself away from the faith. Fall for its trickery. Those are live options. Medium and spiritualism. Churches that grew out.
Yeah, of course.
It's not a typical. But there's also it also would be
So I don't.
If you're right. Okay. Naturally, but the way of your life. But they're fairly either her purse or her pocket. You can get have your life about
Female
is. Writes on Facebook. extend.
Okay.
It's the different Star Trek series. Still writes on. And critical. She helps.
Yep.
Can I help? Dry. Yeah. It's related. Buddy,
Today.
which tend to hear the voices of
Even
absorption. Yeah. And people more likely. Second theory could that is theory that we
that's a
time ago. In 19 about it. That they did computer. Say we can apply that in case you have. So if you want
okay.
technique
Yeah.
is magic. His men decided to try self-med. So he got some magic and he boiled them to make and he did into his blood. Now it's growing in his blood vein. Would be like the guy we mentioned before.
You know,
I have that little second going all the time.
I trust. Taking this.
Hospital. And he would take all kinds of antifungal things to kill mushroom species that was growing. So don't want to do that one. So let's hear your theories. This episode, what do you think about the stories going on in this story? We'd love to hear from you. Spoilers.
Like for
To read ahead, shall we say? But yeah, just based people. exactly. Well, Facebook page, email to mysterious@sqpn.com, or hashtag of mysterious.
so
What's the next episode going to be about? Next episode, I'll tell you the end. What really happened? Were they able to stop the alien invasion? This time, why did the Air Force use Delta Force? And situations in the show, not just this one, but all the shows. Serious headlines on our mysterious. Jimmy Aiken, thank you. Jimmy, it's mysterious world. Sorry.
And we. So. When I.
Jimmy. This will buy our mini. Slash. Down make it way at Rosary previously and called that he lived in New Mexico and he was a scientist. But he began finding just memories. Attack plan known as Beta. What did Project Beta involve? Result to protect himself. And on June 1980, a pistol on his hip, and he told me that wall.
So
were they able to stop the alien invasion that he's doing? This time, he's Delta.
Yeah. Right.
So, mysterious world. So we're talking about his friend Richard. He is Jimmy Aiken.
So
The beast. Extremely. It's where Steve. Could turn them into walking cameras.
and man, real. Okay. Right? And so no. Yeah. like and uh, to not this long. I don't think it does. Yeah, it's uh, yeah, yeah. I, I, it works more in the you're in that, and that's whatever you want. I mean, you know, Vegas. I mean, you know, like you're not. Right. That's un. And so you, yeah. What was the belief? Yeah. Yeah. So, uh,
Podcast. Please visit
yeah.
yeah.
And we were, and I was, and it's the shop, but it's,
This country
and
what is this Air Force? Just to
because
us. That the aliens That's right.
with
To attack the who was
yeah.
one? What himself
This is a lot. So that was I was as a you know it, I was
and reason. And duties
yeah.
to the
You know, there's not
aliens.
and yeah, for whatever. Right. Well, I think these I think
What happened?
shitting on
That's what.
I don't there's
Coming back. He saw
when you
that. He's the Poland
I just
foes
and
since
you know I'm
which
get
why not
oh,
have I don't
not
get it. Let's go for investigation. The president responded. As a result, he would give the standard without that's
I went
States law. A nation's command.
yeah.
Space. That's a
I
big.
think
If people who
Got it.
Yeah. His project.
So,
Where? And his friends.
You know what?
To increase
No?
communications
I
like
don't. Yeah.
just telling
Got it. Okay.
this is a friend specializing with us. Your son, this is back to the guys.
But like, yeah. Real. What was it? See, so
Be their generous donations.
was and this really so I
They provide investigative service that Doty was involved. Paul had straight thread. This was just in the first transmission, he contacted the security officer. Began his idea.
Yeah. And it's,
It was in yeah. Because he had
it's not, but
it's fine. Immediately then thought that there were UFOs. Now,
yeah. Yeah. The other
made a presentation.
Like-
Yeah. Like, said,
please.
ping pong.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
set.
You know. Okay. Don't.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
Contacted
Yeah.
So from one of
Oh.
you.
What I. Yeah. Super. This.
was a word. Patriotic.
Yeah.
Immediately, all of you.
Look up.
Was off and
Yeah.
running. Pretty loud.
When I didn't.
Just the
Yeah.
to get
Yeah. Yeah. And I went. I think.
I knew it wasn't us. Paul.
No. No. Two. Sure. And I. That. And
have some kind of agreement with him.
it's like. Yeah.
Yes.
And then.
And Paul knows Really knows as an earnest. Virtue. So,
And then
really a compliment. Surgery. And how did he become?
Okay. Yeah.
Just refresher.
Whatever.
Yes, was
Just
so was a group. Nobody. Yeah. Argument.
so
To be protective sense of
yeah.
gently warned. All operations were off.
Damn.
I never did. Was that denounced and then suspected the end.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, he got an almost.
I remember.
So,
You know,
just use the doc.
no. Wait. I was,
The
but I
alien. How'd that happen?
force.
Every
So
yeah.
There was actually a
Because I
he was there's actually
what you know
West Side, Southern Colorado, and of course, they still
pretty much
conduct the area.
when I it's
Force offered to cover at least by filling out
and the,
infantry the area,
made
little encouragement to speak.
I feel sure. And so and then
And fortified his thoughts.
I feel
We got it.
all the
Archulus.
As well as Bishop local
I don't
for a document that hired Benedict. He said that day, as the news screamed
yeah.
over back at the local the army pursued the Delta Force and disgorged a few trucks rolled out to refuel them. Yes, and it went in the news. The officer was out of his jurisdiction. Verbal warning off. Recalling. Damn it. See who was invading my town? That's the army. The point. Special force. On Archuleta.
how you know
Bishop puts it, Valdez was threatened. Shut.
Stealth. There's a suggestion that technology enforced agencies aligned to Paul. Was that crashed on our the Guinness aliens. There's another technology which involves soul do based on for Russia.
Because I
passing silently. They also knew how to defeat the satellite security coded systems.
putting
Guidance systems. Instead of more easily missile range. There, laser officers tap into the satellites and download it appeared on the horizon. It's why their equipment was constantly espionage program known depending on who's security. Pictures of the laser and broken giving to it. Is that no?
Yeah. So far, this one,
Not to like is that everything else that happened later. He's ranked at the time he left here. So, commissioned officer. Eating it is lending to partially
kind of
he got his orders. So, as far as I know, the chief of the project
it's not,
in
I've been
offers an interest referring
it's kind yeah. Right now,
back off.
under yeah. And my, no, and then,
Classic.
I see it. Stop.
And head on it.
Well,
So
we I think
limited destined professionals
they
fail of secrecy. You no longer rely on sometimes even volunteer. Some energy to withhold that's the case. Just everything's
together just one thing.
was disinformation.
Hey,
Yes.
you find out what happened. Where how much that's what retreat
Others, major
Yeah.
health.
yeah.
And using
Okay.
take it.
John,
This clip.
I think I it's crazy. Yeah.
Another research.
I do.
People literally yell. Was
Yeah. What?
else you worked with
The
at
one
Apple?
slight. Right.
Have dissonance on them.
But
That this would like
yeah. I think
it just seems
yeah.
the Communications Act of 19
3, 5.
Did you get him? Oh, that motherfucker needs to be banned.
Is
I'll get it.
it kind of punch. Can like I can. So yeah. Oh. Round out. I'm just in the, you know. That's right. And that's yeah. Yeah. But that, yeah. Yeah. So, some of the but it was probably I don't know how I a lot. They haven't the lot. You know,
It was
remember, like,
operating.
identify cattle
One thing
mutilation.
that check,
A month later, Richard Carter, where UFO themed disinformation. Where previous few months later, in July 1979,
as well.
let's begin. Conveniently within 9 and recording transmissions that he believed received his first and a 1981 letter to the agents at none other than Major Edwards and Ben was present at the first electronic session. Logistic
One thing, right.
To investigate in September.
Yeah.
Accidentally stumble onto the or floating tower.
So that's kind of
Community. Here is that
Good
the
job.
disinformation. Imagine that you are your goal is that West exist.
and
Just aim is to reveal all
it was
the population.
right.
Right
Now,
plan to inject
nope.
from the other.
Well,
Some of the material in order to make it believable.
no.
True in this case. So,
No.
one of them
Here's-
did crash.
Right.
Sure.
I watched. Oh my!
Close to yeah on the
Oh my!
Manhattan Project.
Man.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have suggested that in previous episodes. I don't think we secretly tell Chinese
I had it.
announced it publicly like or
Like
we've kept it secret.
I
Technology
lived
to scare that the Air Force civilian came from a was hypnotized. She was able to describe despite the fact she was
like
stupid. Strange. These things.
Wow.
The object the
to
people
be
check clear.
yeah.
Could have been an other that we tried. And a projection.
So
Yes. Like
I think it could have been
to see it.
felt.
Just
And
so
it was just and the way
is what you have to say about how the story was specific.
people and then I mean,
just want to advisors
Yeah.
investigating
Sure.
the first part of the briefing the United by using
Wow. What they
actually since the
okay.
it was a film
I
which was
I
Roswell
and
showing
things like
and then
one
of the connection between and actually of civilization.
and
After if it was real and also the United States government. States government. How they progress. Operations.
you'll kind of
It was real. And then talking to us.
yeah.
After a couple of years, notice
My
contact. How do we know? Question. Or God said, I understand.
I don't it's not extra now after all these years. I think can't
So, you now, here, keep doing the job. Yeah. So, trying to get us.
with my
The reason. Because you're not. Here. People are doing their bidding.
I when you
CIA and is that
yeah yeah so
some tests, and wanted to keep the nature of the crash. Really? The Air Force.
Kind of like
today with buying property. What's the fair? The Air Force is
you know.
now. Clean right. Why would the Air Force?
True. Yeah.
And sit.
Tried to get my hand.
Find something.
Okay. I can do. I have.
Actual point. Since the government's current story is that
Yeah.
they could free. That tells us one of two. Either the Air
Doing
that, that he's actually doing their bidding.
so just
We don't have a reason to believe that. People who have interviewed
time. Sure. Sure.
never visited Earth, that we and
I just
disinformation campaign on this.
if I'm
Brett, we heard one clip earlier in the show where she said that.
I guess yeah, I do. But,
twice, that kind of thing.
yeah.
Is that for
He doesn't have a question.
I'm like, no. I'm like, I'm like, but, okay. Older. And
Idaho, he's a factual. He was only a small part of this.
anybody,
Either. Many
didn't know,
obviously
and
option to save lives. Situations where potentially intelligence agencies are even this when they
yeah.
just some classified
Yeah.
yeah. Information.
What? Muy,
Yeah.
Many-
Say the whole thing leads consider some it is this case. Should universal
yeah. My, like my, yeah. Boss. Yeah.
somebody
Sometimes.
Method.
Like it's,
so
yeah.
nation is agreed.
Jordan.
And absent. Jimmy, linked his book, Mirage Men, which covers some different ground than the documentary does, so there's added value there. Greg Bishop's book, Project Beta, Gabe Valdez Jr.'s book on Dulce Bass, an open letter from Alejandro Rojas, who was one of the people who was accused Doty of just being a rogue agent who didn't have orders, and so he explores that idea in the interview. On Paul Benowitz, an article. An article.
I think.
Rate the two. On our Midwest
And
right. Included a segment that the song adds up to 6.
yeah.
And the beat. Yeah, that's out. Future. John.
So
616.
so
Likely that
and and she's she's on. Wow. What was
entering the heavenly use to measure to do it. I think
First of all, so the
kings or emperors.
so when
And he fulfilled. I think that helps us.
so those
In 20 years,
to the point. So one when so when
to get it.
one
But I saying, oh yeah, hero. It was fairly limited and expecting these events and and stuff.
somewhere
future that's my guitar player which means it's inside joke to guitar players. I found out this was the case. I thought it was schematic. With the COVID schematic. Of the situation.
I was like,
I'm on Facebook. To trust it.
great. And then,
You can share with us.
you know, like, con-
Space and
Wait.
life. Space
and
themes. Sitting probes.
this
Yes, good. See,
because that
it was so. Mars. Are there groups here? So, asteroids that some of it after we get back in a few years.
giant
Meteor smack. You've got the complete picture of the 2 episodes. Yes. Mysterious. Yes. Evangelical. When you find it's mysterious on Twitter, really do appreciate that happens. Resources from our links to yes. And continue. Please thank you for thank you for listening to
like you're
Never trust anything.
if you're listen, yeah,
Stop.
have a you know uh,
Because we
yeah,
are
and yeah,
looking. You know,
like say, like go and take
stay
and
alive.
it's nobody and but but there's a lot. Oh,
How complex. Step. And slow. Get to how many
so
copies.
we've got drugs. If you're and putting that yeah. I feel like this got like you would take that we just fix all that's good.
Strings does.
Tried to kill
So
great. That guy gone through
excuse me. And the
What? I think you'll
taking the path together. There is. It was always made.
I knew
Which is kind of funny. Pushed by them.
no.
And the reason I do the
Okay.
They do.
that doesn't seem so with more
They know you.
okay. Example, take a Lego object, which is
All the time. Like this. Makes you
say right.
I feel
Um, so, it's like,
is that what
interesting.
have you seen? Yeah. Big. Yeah. I'm like,
Asshole.
how's that?
Basically, isn't like a. It's a
Um,
special text.
yeah.
So, and commentary quite. But hard and so short. And
Oh, wait. I'm yeah. A lot. Yeah. And it's
okay, so these are
it's and you
general.
it's
And you can say, okay, good.
it's that But I get back like it's
So,
like they but if you yeah you can't they have do they the fuck if yeah oh very much oh wait when did
By our many generous patrons. Ferguson. And
yeah.
Bob.
That's like you have what is
143 of Jimmy. We look at
you have
Paul Benjamin.
I saw
And then do analysis. The report. Born in 1927 and 2003. Born at age 7. He married Cindy, and together they had 69 at age say is an awesome name. In the U.S. PhD, but his business consumed all of his time. Research respected.
I know
And yeah, for doing high quality work. One of the reasons
He didn't finish it.
Yes. I think yeah. But it's not
The edge house so that made it easy. You need to know about Kirtland Air Force Base.
use it. And it's I just yeah.
Emergency post in case nuclear war broke out and President this ship posed after the invention of nuclear detonation. In any event, Kirtland Air Force Base is for its size and at 80 square miles and more than 25,000 employees. Largest Air Force. The most complex organizations, a weapons depot, 2 head testing, astronomical observatory, and the Department of Energy Space Office. $4 billion per year, which has a long history. Loading in 1946. In the 19 with igloos or magazines, mountainsides, and 4 plants scattered 2,000.
And
operated the storage depot. Flying up from all over the world. Local rescues and supplies needed during crises. The department 8,000 employees. Research laboratory. Of highly developed project. Few trail agents its own. Can be seen broken plate littering the hillside. Geography
is a and isn't that the basis of in the
And
garage man. Here and his
you getting
this was ways to quality. That has been what waste no time. It would have you're flying around the repository. Paul got a police officer. Officer of the Year award. He also did
Yes. Oh yeah.
Words of
I mean,
future episode.
like yeah,
And very strange. Often
a lot of
to say, rich.
okay.
Society experiences. More than it. To this enforcement officers.
Telling So, and and then
She also or alien
what? The same. Yeah. So,
seen body captures doing with her
see this
and
because
finally that some sort of device had been
Asian
in Mrs. Hanson's body, like the about trying to find where this might be, the area around a lot of flights and
this is
almost weekly gave this, which is in the small town of Dulce, New Mexico. Dulce is basically the general store and a gas station. Indian reservation surrounded by thousands of square miles of high altitude mountains.
Yep.
But
so that, this is
Yes. Taking over the power of the U.S. military, the American government, and ultimately like the South Hanson described was alien beings as a central location to conduct
she's
appeared toting a pistol.
right. So,
Nice position. Attention, increased paranoia. Followed. Session did all then brought
right.
UC Berkeley. Charles.
That's a all that did on yeah. Ellie, we are
because
she is all the
concerned about all that.
so I don't know.
Personal presentation.
So here's
Early on November 10th, Benowitz drove onto the ground.
I won't comment
Introduced the piece of pressure.
Yeah.
Journals. FOS. Scientists. So interested in
I would we're gonna
asked if they
because
with gold and your shape.
you see I believe
These options
why
the U.S. Research.
hello
Received from one of the agents. Investigate.
you think that there right
On August 9th, 1980. Coyote. The area is visible to anyone. The guards contacted San Diego National Security. One of the security alarmed nuclear storage bunker. Very
that was if I
Later,
why
stopped working.
I think so okay no and okay. That was,
Every radar
so
facility
that's a
area same time
why you know
at night.
you know
Military, civilian, every
why
single can't get like the currently signal
Matt,
the Coyote Canyon
it was
sent out
2000
radar
This is- he's
explanation found.
looking
Something.
so
Scientific. He kept the leaders.
So maybe
Fine.
Oh.
Sorry. End quote.
there we look at
Invasion. Real phenomenon. AFB.
right. I don't
Devices. Getting could be any
we're not
nature of this. Like trying
I didn't then
69.
we got
Why?
I think Jen not
Because
God. Okay.
but
During- see that.
as long as this is represents Japanese. But after he was seeing translations that make sense. At first, they you would expect Japanese. Matter thing about the kind of skin if you translator. That he felt in the missions and then
So
said SUPN.
I don't.
Yeah. Not to be matched. Support all our shows. So if it's yeah. Army done. Mysterious. He decided to. I didn't. Aliens here. Because about it. To the alien. Seems at least. Yeah.
I mean,
What? The initial into one of the really term and physical conflict.
because has Like you,
language and English. History.
if I
Time is
I'm not,
starship.
really. No.
Time is yanked as repeated. In many
And like she was so it's like
I like
and
with the
and
alien. Right.
what is it?
So, like we talked about in episode 80 on alien implants, yeah, instant exam. Who he was seeing, found that the two had and arranged for her to be examined on current AFB. Times after being
Oh my. Yeah. So yeah.
It was a basically personnel.
Because
this area.
there's
It's a bit easier.
that well he right. Adam's
Strange, some craft.
they do that. Of course.
I like
I got
who've had contact. That's the researcher. He's a and he really invisibility. You know, was co-author Roswell and book public after if you'd like to hear of my president with famous books under his belt. Bill and what's it? They of 19 almost a year before, and Bill had sources and the Aquarius document because it was up. We needed to talk somewhere. Couldn't be to what it was. More in a way that read it. Had to take down. Finally, research. So, for this was the branch Air Force officer concerned a series and that the local thought enough so 76 public still have installations and test ranges was consistent. Blue Book of 1960. That legitimate sightings, but military departments that U.S. policy project areas is still notice official influence and with restricted access to energy. The case is being monitored by NASA before it his case was Next, the Aquarius dog.
Oh, yeah.
And wanted the Air Force UFO finding
Well,
not everything that like top secret only be also majestic.
there's yeah.
I'm also confines to be a secret.
He's not. So,
First, yeah. That's
and
one. Reagan. Colonel.
always and they well,
Ecstatic. I mean, the Aquarius.
crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
NASA. Expect to get the yeah.
This is actually,
Yeah. Prompt action.
which is
Friends, Bill Moore, the ufologist, and
okay.
saw something strange. Lab startled to see majority of the corner, which had a never otherwise or asked, surprisingly not. They keep showing the land self as a light,
No.
like it was transmitted.
Make it day. It says
The Colorado. He and relation.
Yeah.
Areas where cattle
Yes.
is also told that
Which is
nighttime we patrol cruiser along bumpy. Graveyard. Try to eliminate explanations for president.
I
Recall seeing this light with his wife as well. Recall simply went out. He took a private plane up to the Dulce area that officer. So Paul is
see
trying to live something. Try, by the way. Suspicion. Base. You learned about Hansen's hypnotic. He thought he was trees crashed here. A little monoplane around. He sort of obviously to even that he some kind of based on what he was the weird looking downed aircraft built attack that we had done here. But the used
yeah.
Now that the relationship is he drew name, as he never mentioned. Night. New Mexico.
Everyone. Yes.
Right.
Like that. Pilot. Like that.
Only
Yeah. You know how yeah.
By the through program or direct contact with the military do not elaborate as to the consequences. The victims of time, and at the same time, they are walking cameras and microphones if they use of their in the U.S. is violent conditions. Seen. If it here been implanted, claimed to be and through the link transplant, given the information by the and it should only improve in the future. So, yeah. 2,000 aliens. Also, apparently, important was what he learned about the outset. The alien is devious, no intent of any apparent peacemaking process, and obviously does not adhere to any region. It appeared to have many frailties and weaknesses than a normal Homo sapien. With the human because of the aliens. Just in the alien race. There is an immediate cure. And we have to get off dead center. They're picking it back. Many people get ready for the
Okay. Okay.
To abandon their bases.
Extremely.
I believe I have
Also,
considering their small size.
you can't.
This weapon is very nature. They made some possess. They're used to do two things.
Okay.
Discs within its range begin to discharge when exposed to the and so to be consumed. Conservation of energy laws are strictly applied. It can be observed in instruments that they can discharge but sophisticated
Yeah.
importantly, this weapon the screen, hull,
Yeah.
They particularly the humanoid, believe that
It's like last.
Very rapid. The range of my weapon exceeds that is we're done now. To overall really respect force.
See,
With them, full defense. That they're weakened and bad. You must realize by the answer. No doubt what
good job. Perfect.
eliminating this threat will certainly be because we've literally been invaded. In final,
Come back.
chances be trusted. Totally
Why?
No respect. Agreement. Parties will ever be adhered to. Allowed under any reprisal
It's really
must be made. Immediately. So, aliens. Where do we go here? Stable. Has it been covered? That Paul Binowitz himself. check out found this same base documentary Poland. And an article on the aerial phenomenon research to some fan art in this mysterious world. Well, let's talk about some of that. Our first 9, Our Lady of Akita of Jamaica's married back in September. LA Master Seminary and painting so much that I made prints to share with them. You can imagine how much that's extremely an acrylic painting on canvas quality. Your friends would to get prints of it. It's because she was very kind and she sent me the original, and so I have it here in my home. And in fact, it's live. You can actually I put it on one of my books, photo of my wife in her wedding dress. And so, nice image. Right. We also have other fan art on Facebook. Yeah, Josh C. did right. I do know. He's got here. Charlotte. Yeah. It's very first small medium. Yeah. Credit being able to YouTube, right? Research was communication with them. Have to say, just have. Between a seance, make efforts this asking they for with aggression that was done that was done. So
And the
But
God is in you.
I,
Is right.
yeah, exactly.
One of the things Elijah
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Contest. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
see.
Why not? Female.
Communications with
Result.
I think something
Okay.
that's and saying,
I
but
want
something I get that information. If yeah,
He's still have almost 30 years. Point here. Right on Facebook. That's all. Is that two? There's 10. Yeah. Every I'm just that's been in the news. So, to join earlier but troops yeah. So it is intense. Ferment stuff and that's I was gonna no.
Like this. Think so? Man, beauty of humanity. Meant by yes. Love. As to stay.
Is that
In fact, you know, push. In the air.
because
A lot of stuff.
it's like you try
But
good
define
yes.
to the Andes because that stuff is me. River Road
Oh,
only in the
oh, I like
the circle.
oh,
And
Display. That up. It's great. In terms of
so
a lot of things that just
if you
and we run and gather. Hunting. Got
I think it,
with
yeah. Yeah.
certain
I
Yeah.
To go over to Asia, ultimate potential.
And it,
That's a hard place to live. I listen to some people the fact that those guys exist. Exist.
so always
I think it, and the we could there was a 3,000.
he would just
It seems like madness might be true is that it could be a six. A lot of things yes.
John,
And
you know,
it was heresy. It will be on.
I was
It's really clear that the bridge built
you
that's
you are and you and that was
and so we have specific
yes.
and
When
not after it's not it becomes
the
it's not and
it was this
you know and in the direction of
and
respect. Very. How much? Here. Who knows? What? Yeah.
This is just punctuated. Or
Yeah.
I do think
It was.
when
He looked at.
and there
Yeah.
were wait.
I think.
Really
But the, no, you know what?
which is the one that
That
enters.
is.
If I do think it's the same thing that's across Oceania.
Wow.
They made it. Well,
That's.
so if you
Yeah.
explores
That's. Yeah. We should have.
and you made it all the way to
You're.
next
You want.
in Europe,
But it's. Don't play.
like
Well, I.
higher
You
area
can
run out the ruler.
Lex. Lex. He's.
Yeah. Now it looks like the heart. It is.
Right.
Things
Whenever.
and like the ending theory
I don't.
come back around.
Is it?
Really,
Why?
he said,
And
they all have similar elements, and otherwise. That's really interesting.
yeah.
Those naturally. Well,
You know what?
shared.
There's a.
Or
There's a. Who's. You're going. Sir. There's a lot.
Civilization. 30,000. Asia. About
What's this?
pictures of the American. Can you explain? We have stuff. You're right. We're seeing 3 days.
These.
How much? The moon.
Oh.
Site. Amazing.
Like who?
Still.
You
You're looking like that's something that I've been discovering. There's so
like.
thousands.
Okay. I know that. I thought that's right.
You know,
2 years old.
so,
And this is
there's years
see, right.
just was like, God, no gold.
Joanna. To I do
So we can say, what's the story behind
wait. Well, right.
Been here in the pyramid behind because
Or not.
it's not
Is it-
human babies.
Like, and
How they it's being one of them.
I can love it.
It was their kid. And so I think a lot of things maybe we find that these are I think
So it's hard.
said that what surprised me is that
It's gonna
pyramids in Egypt.
they start.
There's pushing 6 and it wasn't
Can't. Right.
How is that?
But now, do you know what happened?
You end
Yeah,
up
you're-
little kid who's ends up a tiny
hold your it by
buildings
and they it's
any human
November.
live
Okay. So the question
we were just
right.
thousand people. That was
You know,
actually
that's the
pyramid.
but then
Piled up their trash.
all the
Get up, everybody, and then
okay.
if we give them really think that the very first pyramid saw it and they pressed them by the maybe the next guy thought these kinds of things.
Right. So
Here, they started burying
They were
That's where resources.
by
It's such a very first idea. But it's full of
I don't
together, coming back to the first things we talked about. It just it's that
put the
Paleo-Indian. Somebody's coming with the tools, but really not.
so how as you don't have
that is archaeology, the end of civilization started. But that's discount the next there's and then students at the same time
different. Yeah. Because
it's with the people for the faith. It's not agriculture. It's rooted in we do. So is it possible you've argued that
it's just
yeah.
there's no
They're very
but that
there's actually the Americans.
had done had to
Interesting.
had to
See,
fact-
yeah,
so
he has things that
or
Sarah is that culture. So,
writer. I'm
path of least resistance. The Amazon, about 3 days walk either way from this place where this town. There are things I can and crocodile. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. I idea. We can see
What's the
archaeology just can't.
yeah. Is that
I just understand what the architecture in general was going on.
That's really I'm in trying to understand these people.
Yeah, they think
No,
really
right. Preserve
no,
the
Hush. Yeah. She,
we think.
that's good.
Right. But there's like
Yes.
it's the
Also,
different things. You believe that
oh, no. I
and
don't.
theistic.
I think it's all about this thing.
I don't.
Way out of and
They,
religion. To, song. He is the creator, in my opinion. He's talk about. His name is why is the is that a lot of the religion Mesopotamia had one lots of their religions were
yeah.
have pantheons, and so they came up with like the shark. Look at the art, and I story
And
dying.
I think,
Goggle eyes.
I got he was
But he
it's
is
all of
car he's up through it. Even throughout the next 2 millennia.
you think I don't
This is where
because
they
it just and
wow. Understand. Which of course Christianity's
how can
who are all these
I
angels?
don't
Know who the Holy Spirit
Yeah.
is? That monotheism has lots of
They're all-
Right. Misunderstand ancient Indian art.
Yeah. But there was
Culture. Have all sorts of meaning, and there are like
it's just
in the Greek
floating.
by their dress and
Yeah,
what
so- was it?
where you can tell hey, from Zeus. Analyzing art over time. Once we can put it in a chronological sequence. Okay, here's an age of we're 100 years now. We're in. Where the guy with not he's got circular eyes. He's got a
Right.
and feet. Snakes coming up.
Right. And then
Bird head.
yeah. Well,
It's just that guy's face coming off of
yeah.
The Fang deity himself, people, stories of mythology, and hundreds of years that
He's why would that
I think
so
places like Shavin, there's
right.
that are built to if they're sick, but also just so it's a place where
Yeah.
people on the
What else?
coast
I mean,
saw it and reality is
sorry. She's got and
all
then
the next lap. Next one will have a bunch of things. And they're learning. So I spots too. So they go back. The Fang. Fang deity, is it? Were they afraid of the all-knowing? Harvest of and humans too to keep it big. The coin aspect is terrible. The other aspect is lovely. He had that people's heads.
healing ceremonies, and a lot of those healing.
So
With
Yeah.
women or men,
yeah.
them show their
Yes.
crack is the fact as a little bit it's just in various things. Healing
Right.
contexts to these sex
Right.
scenes where
Right.
and there's an
Because if
hey, you got me.
Right.
And with the puppy having sex
Well,
instead of is very involved in this. Yeah, this is weird puppy. Yeah, he like it's actually awesome. You wrote a shamanism, which is puppies and headhunting. And the headhunting, that's the decapitator.
kind of a
They don't talk about the fact. So they don't talk about him much anymore, though he's still around.
very
Like around.
Yep.
Of course. Into the there's or the shaman, you want to call him, has his own posse of spirits that are going to help figure out what's going on. So when the music starts, spirits in, and you can see them last thing by the cactus, which is in the Amazon. It was San Pedro cactus. Yeah, I went to they did have dose of
that one.
well, how far
Look. She's
longer it's a natural plant ever since the came from the side that faces the
you can
human them are trans that are midway through trans. Traditionally, they shoot it up your nose or up your ass. And when you shoot your nose, the first thing comes out. Years ago. You think
so?
I know shamanism.
But again, yeah.
America. You know, through interact is not there.
I know.
Suck it up.
Degree the richest.
You know, but he was.
Yeah, but
Yes.
and then
It's kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. Possible.
yes,
Yeah.
Right?
But it is. Yeah. That could just that way. Yeah. Right now. Yeah. I say awesome.
now.
He's up. He's all.
Uh,
One.
Still single. Off. We're
Ready?
we can't even
Almost.
that there's a single civilization. Yeah. The Jew.
It was like, oh,
Three. Yeah. Today is seven. Searchers. Charlie. Good job.
Okay. Just
Funders. House was licensed. His principal. Business. I large part of the itself. After the invention of the
Yes. So you yeah. 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 Five.
Security has found a few.
I just and like from this
And his ex was averted from basically a front row seat.
So we're flying around the largest. Sorry,
Really?
So had the Rangers. More than an inch of UFO. It's not right there. See, it's astronauts one night in an area the size of a football field. Between them, the light ever. The moon was the object just over there. It sounded like involving as UFO shows. So Mrs. Hanson could, but she questions asked if a I can